I'd be watching like this. This shit is crazy. All right, let's get this one up. International flight dispatch, the other half of your long haul flight. Please consider becoming a member. If there's something on one of the memberships I'm not offering that you'd like, let me know. Please consider super chat, super thanks, subscriptions, like, comment, notification bell. I think that's it for the grift. Let me turn the volume on for... Yeah, man. Everybody go get James as the F-22 Raptor. Try to take James. James gonna put you in your place though. James don't mess around. You think you go and catch him, and then before you know it, he's gonna have radar lock on you, and that's it. Well, you just want me to talk the whole time about the F-22? Come on, man. The Raptor's awesome, man. That's an awesome plane. All right, let's get this going. It's about 45 minutes long. Let's see what this is. It's from Saturday morning. Part 2 of this expo will be coming up later. Once Saturday finishes, we'll go ahead and do the Saturday afternoon sessions. We'll do them tonight probably. Oh, look. How come I don't hear anything? Oh, I got to turn my volume up. That's why I don't hear anything.
All right. Well, hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome.
All right, turn my camera off.
Fsexpo 2024. Happy to be back once again, and good morning to all the online folks as well. Kicking off this morning, we are doing a presentation on international flight dispatch. So we've done, Matt and I have done presentations in the past that have focused more on domestic operations. This year we're changing it up a little bit. Same theme, but we're kind of focusing on international, so ETOPS operations. So some of the long haul. So who's excited for the PMDG 777 coming out here in a few days? So hopefully, all right, yeah, me too, right? So we've all been waiting on that one. So I think hopefully after today, you'll get a little insight on what goes into the planning on some of the wide body airplanes on some of the long haul flights. So I'll turn it over to Matt. We'll do our introductions and off we go.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Matt Bartles. I'm a flight dispatch instructor for United Airlines. I teach new hire dispatchers coming into the airline how to become domestic dispatchers there. Got a long career, been dispatching about 15 years. Started off at a regional called Compass Airlines. Did everything there, was a line check dispatcher, a trainer. Kind of the career progression, you move up to a major airline after about 5 years. United was always the goal, but they said thanks but no thanks quite a few times. So I went on to Delta Airlines. Never lost the dream, so I kept applying at United, and they finally said yes. They did that at the absolute best time in the world in January of 2020. So I've now been there for almost 5 years, and I couldn't be happier. So.
All right. Figure out this clicker here. So there we go. My name is Mike Collier. I'm also a flight dispatch training instructor with American Airlines. My progression was similar, but a little different path there. So I started my career at Mesa Airlines back in the kind of mid-late 90s. Then went on to America West Airlines in Phoenix, Arizona. Spent about 10 years there until the merger with US Airways. They relocated us to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Spent some time there until the merger with American Airlines, and now I'm in Fort Worth. So that's my progression with that. So I also do, like Matt, we do some new hire training, recurrent training for the dispatchers every year. Also do qualification training for different international divisions, things as well. So I'm just about just under 30 years total in the industry, all in flight dispatch. at this point. So it's career progression, again, it's similar to pilots, right? You start at the regional, you build experience, and then you kind of move on from there. So I'll give you back to Matt, and here I guess we'll do just a quick domestic recap, just to refresh your memory on some of the things that we did last year before we jump into the international portion.
So if you've attended any of our previous presentations, we focus primarily on the domestic area of operation. That's where a lot of people do their flight simulator flights here in the US. We're branching out international here, but we would be remiss if we didn't kind of recap. So again, just any dispatch release, you can't release a flight unless your charted minimums at the airport are at or above your landing minimums at your ETA. So we got to read our TAF, make sure that we have minimums to launch. Then alternate airports for departure. If we were to blow an engine and we can't get back to our departure airport, we have to list an alternate airport for departure. We call that a takeoff alternate. So can we lose an engine? Check our landing minimums at our departure airport. If we don't have them, then we list a takeoff alternate, we call them. Domestic operations, the regulations say that we must list an alternate at all times for a flight. However, if the ceiling for an hour before and an hour after is 2,000 feet or better and the visibility is 3 miles or better, we can actually not list that alternate if we deem it appropriate. So we call this the 1, 2, 3 rule. So we'll check that TAF, ceiling greater than 2,000 feet, visibility greater than 3 miles, no alternate necessary. And then our fuel supply for that domestic flight, and this is going to be a huge point of this presentation, how the flag and internationals are different. When we launch a domestic flight, it's got to be a minimum fuel to fly from A to B, so where we're going. Then if we list an alternate, we have to be able to get there, and then fly for 45 minutes at normal speed cruise. So that's domestic. So what makes flag flights different? Well, flag flights are anything that starts in the US and leaves the US, the contiguous 48 US. So we operate under a different set of rules to do that. And we have all kinds of differences. We have augmented crews, we have different alternate requirements, we have all kinds of fuel planning options. This is where we can get really creative as dispatchers to plan fuel. We have to deal with ETOPS. We have to start looking at different meteorological things. We start seeing meters instead of statute miles. We might see winds in meters per second instead of knots. And then our chart minimums look different. Again, meters versus statute miles. And then they're complex. They have long flying times. We have foreign airspace requirements that are different from ours here in the US. The fuel planning requirements are more complex. And then the aircraft are really heavy, taking on a lot of fuel, a lot of payload, because this is where the airlines make a lot of their money, is on this international flying. So I'll have Mike kind of walk through the basics of how we plan the routes.
All right, so obviously we need to have a good route, right? You know, so these are really long flights, and having the most optimum route is really kind of a make or break on whether the flight makes money or not. All right, so we'll use some SimBrief examples as we go through today. I know it's becoming a pretty powerful flight planning tool online. Everybody, who uses SimBrief? Everybody use SimBrief? Yep, just about everybody, huh? So anybody still use PFPX? All right, one guy. All right, now I'm with you. No, I was a PFPX user. I still use PFPX occasionally in case I need to do something there. But so for today, SimBrief has generated the following routes, so you can kind of see what we're doing here. So we're going to depart New York, go to London Heathrow. So we'll break this down into 3 basic portions. So we'll talk about the departure out of New York out to the track entry point, then the oceanic portion over the North Atlantic tracks, and then the exit point onto London. So how do you know what to plan? Right, that's always the challenge. Or do you just go with what SimBrief gives you and then put some fuel on and off we go? So a little background on this, right? So New York out to TUDEP. So knowing what to plan there, so we get a North Atlantic track advisory message every day, and Boston Center puts out a Boston North Atlantic advisory message every day. So this provides guidance to dispatchers on how to get out to the track structure before actually entering the track structure. So little QR code there. So there's a website. You can access this every day and look at it on this. And we'll provide all these QR codes at the end. I think we're going to upload that on possibly Discord or someplace where you can get to it after the presentation. So don't worry about grabbing everything now if you don't have an opportunity. So you can find the track message at this location. This is an example of what this Boston advisory looks like. So this comes out every morning as well. So this provides detailed guidance depending on if you're departing maybe New York or Newark, Philadelphia, some of your East Coast airports, provides guidance on how to get to the track structure. So, and we have to plan this, right? So if you try to plan something else, they're just going to put you back on this particular route. Right. This N439A, that's known as a NAR, North American Route. Right, so when you see these, and it's really just to expedite the flight planning process. It's a common and a non-common portion. There's really an inland fix and a coastal or oceanic fix on that. So as you see those, that's really kind of what's happening with that. And have you ever seen this on SimBrief or on your charting or the Navigraph charting? When you zoom in, you see that spider web there. So those are your NARs. Right, so if you've ever wondered what all that mess is as you zoom in, that is the North American route system. Okay, so that gets you out to the track structure on this, and then at this point we're in oceanic airspace. That's when you're going to follow that North Atlantic track message. Okay, so the North Atlantic, it breaks it out into these areas of airspace on this. That NAT Doc 007, it's that North Atlantic Operations and Airspace Manual. It really breaks down the procedures and the defined airspace there. So if you're really kind of into the long haul flying, this would be a good document to dive into and read. Who does the cross the pond events every year? Yep, so if you guys do any of the cross the pond stuff, this is probably really good information to read and become familiar with on that. So a little fun fact, use of the OTS, or the Organized Track System, is not mandatory. They publish it every day, but you are not required to use it. It's optional, okay? So there are two alternating flows. You get an eastbound and a westbound flow every day. So those are published, the westbounds are the AM, the morning flights. So typically that's your heavy, westbound flow in the mornings. Everybody departs, Europe coming back. Eastbound is in the evening. So everybody's departing in North America going to Europe. So that's kind of your two primary flow in that area there. So another little fun fact for the day. So that at 30 West, that's kind of the dividing line between Gander and Shanwick airspace out over the North Atlantic, or otherwise known as the Molson-Guinness line. So as you cross 30 West, and I heard that from one of our captains years ago, and I thought that was hysterical, so it kind of stuck with me. So there you go. So that's that will forever be known as the Molson-Guinness line now. There we go. So we'll step through real quick on how to read these track messages, right? So when these things are published, this is what it looks like, and it's a few pages long, depending on how many tracks are active for that day. So initially, you're going to see, so it's going to start with a letter on there. So that'll be the track name. So in this example here, it's track Victor, and it'll be the track entry point. So Victor enters at 2-dep. Following that are your track points. These are your lat-long points for the track, and then the exit point there at the end. All right, so that'll be your track exit point there at Gisty. Below that are your available flight levels eastbound. So not every flight level is available. It's just depending on the track and what's published. Right, so in this case, we have 34, 35, and so forth on to 40. Westbound, so we're talking, this is an eastbound trip this evening. So westbound flight levels, nil, so there are no available westbound flight levels on track Victor. And below that would be any required routes after you coast in on the European side. So in this case, there are no required routes after coast in. Below that, remember we just talked about those NARs, those North American routes. So the NAR 445 Alpha and 439 Alpha would pair up with track Victor. So as you're doing your flight planning, those are the two North American routes you want to look at. So we've made the oceanic crossing. Remember our exit point is Gisty, and from Gisty onto Heathrow. We have a defined route here. So this gets pretty deep, but I will just say that this all comes from a document called the RAD, the Route Availability Document. If you have a little free time on your hands, it's about 700 pages. It is updated, and it's effective with every AIRAC cycle that's published out there. I will say SimBrief does a pretty good job on providing a route that will validate with Eurocontrol. So SimBrief, there is the validation portion of the flight planning system there. So you'll see the little Eurocontrol icon there. So you have to validate your route just to make sure it will be accepted by European ATC. So selecting that button, you can run that through the validator. Looks something like this. Right, so your flight plan will be presented. You can copy and paste it into the Network Operations Portal link, which is also provided by the window there. And to get to the NOP, of course, you follow the link. And what you're looking for once you get to the Network Operations Portal, the unprotected, it's the public-facing side. Right-hand side, you want to scroll down a little bit, and you're looking for that free text editor. So if you click on that free text editor, you'll be presented with something that looks like this. You can copy and paste your route into that, click on where it says validate, and if you have done your job correctly, it will come back and say no errors. So that's the idea. When you want to get a validated route, you know, so when you file it, it will be accepted by the system. And, we talked a little bit about the alternate airport for destination for domestic, you know, so our 1, 2, 3 rule on this. So there's a little modification. So it's kind of a modification of this 1, 2, 3 rule for flag operations. So if a flight is scheduled for more than 6 hours, we always have to have the alternate. So for less than 6 hours, that's the really kind of the one of the few opportunities where we can not plan an alternate airport for the destination under flag ops. So you can kind of see it's a modified 1, 2, 3 rule. So it's 2,000 feet or 1,500 above the lowest approach mins, 3 miles visibility, or 2 miles more than whatever's published, the lowest visibility minimums on that. Right. So we'll go with Manchester, UK, for our destination alternate on this one today. So again, kind of similar to the domestic 1, 2, 3 with a little bit of a twist on that. So ETOPS. We start talking ETOPS operation. Another fun fact, ETOPS has nothing to do with flying over water. Who thought ETOPS was all about flying over water? Nope, not true. It just means ETOPS is anytime you're more than 60 minutes away from an adequate airport. You can have that over land, right, depending on some of your remote areas out there. So it has nothing to do with flying over water, never did. Okay, so anytime you're beyond 60 minutes from an adequate airport, that is when you are officially in ETOPS airspace. Okay, so what is an adequate airport? So the bar on that is pretty low, right? Just to be an adequate airport, you just have to have an airport that meets the landing performance requirements, being able to land and stop within 60% of the runway length that's available. Has to be a certified airport or an active and operational military airport, and that's about it. The airport itself doesn't even have to be open. You just have to have an open runway. Okay, so it's, and really when we're talking adequate airports, it's just a point of reference on the map to define the ETOPS area of operation. It does not require weather minimums. anything of that nature, right? So it's just a point of reference. Okay, here's another big document. For those of you that want to do some light reading, it's an advisory circular. Again, we'll provide some information for that a little later, but 12042 Bravo, that's kind of the ETOPS Bible, right? So this covers everything, ETOPS and polar. It really breaks out the various ETOPS rules and operations there. So up to 180 minutes, beyond 180 minutes. So that really gets into some of that. It's about, I don't know, 120 pages worth of that information as well. So also, when we're doing planning for our ETOPS, we have to consider time-limited systems. And really, this is where a lot of the limiting factors come in when we're doing ETOPS operations. So, and it's really all about the cargo fire suppression. How much time do we have on the cargo fire suppression system? How far can you fly if you think you're on fire before you run out of cargo fire suppression? And usually that's going to be the limiting factor on how far you can operate, as far as like 180-minute ETOPS, 240-minute ETOPS, 120-minute ETOPS, things like this, right? So this is really one of the defining systems when we have to look at that.
Up one.
There we go. Wrong button. All right. So the up to 180, again, our most limiting system is our fire suppression. So they take that and they subtract 15 minutes off of that, so to kind of define our maximum area of operations. Beyond, when you start getting to beyond 180 minutes, the rules change a little bit. So then they're also looking at the fire suppression capability and the next most limiting system. So the moving parts get a little more complex on this one, but ultimately you still have to remain within that ETOPS area of operation. ETOPS alternates, right? We talked about destination alternates a little bit, but now for ETOPS operations, the rules are still the same on how we derive alternate minimums, except now we have to meet alternate minimums from the earliest time of landing to the latest possible time of landing. So a lot of the flight planning systems will calculate these times for us, and that's just for dispatch purposes. Once we are en route and underway, all we need now are operating minimums or approach and landing minimums, right? So if we take off, we're flying along, the forecast changes, it no longer meets alternate minimums, but as long as we have approach and landing minimums, we're okay to continue without changing the plan. Okay. Alternate selection, how do you know which airports to take a look at? So this advisory circular, the whole premise behind that is this preclude and protect, right? So really you want to try to operate to the shortest diversion time possible, right? So you don't want to just arbitrarily throw out there, yeah, I'm going to do 180-minute ETOPS just because it's easier. I don't have to look at as many airports. So that really kind of goes against the guidance of the advisory circular. So really the idea there is you want to try to plan your shortest time. So plan your most efficient route, okay? Plan your best route, and then use the ETOPS operating rule that's going to provide you the shortest engine out diversion time. So for example, 120 minutes rather than 180 minutes. So that's really the premise behind the operating rule there. So I think this is a little video clip here that's embedded. We'll kind of go through and show you how to do a little sim brief setup on this. Let's see if we can get this to go here. There we go. So the target scenario there, we're looking at the adequate airports. So the entry airport there, we're going to use, looks like Gander. So you want to set up your alternates in there, and if you click validate, it might come back and say the weather may be below minimums, right? So it's looking at some of the ETOPS alternate weather, right? So you can drag that over and kind of see what's happening there. So it's going to flag it if it thinks that your weather is not going to meet ETOPS alternate criteria in there for that, right? So it'll tell you. So if you can go back and maybe make some changes based on what SimBrief guidance is getting you or what you're looking at as far as the forecast, make some adjustments there, and it'll come back and say ETOPS scenario is valid for the scenario that you're trying to use. All right, so again, that 60 minutes, that's that threshold time, that is for your 60-minute adequate airports. You know, and so anything beyond 60 is ETOPS airspace. Circles, lots of circles on the map. So we'll kind of explain this real quick as far as what you're looking at. The little circles that you're looking at are your adequate airports. The big circles are your ETOPS alternates. Right, so we're going to use Gander. You hover your mouse over that. It gives you the weather for Gander. For that, the little circle is your 60-minute range. For that, once you get beyond that 60 minutes, you're officially in ETOPS airspace. It shows you what your ETOPS entry point is at that 60-minute boundary. And it goes. ETP, equal time point. So that's a point in which you're equal in flight time based on still air conditions. Okay, so if you had to turn around and go back to Gander or continue on up to Keflavik, your flying time would be equal. Again, for planning purposes, it's all based on still air. Operationally, it's all based on application of wind. So you could have actual diversion times that would exceed your still air times. Okay, Keflavik, there's kind of your mid-ocean alternate up there. Again, the big circle is your ETOPS area of operation ring. The little circle is your 60-minute distance. And then on the other side, so there's a second ETP between Keflavik and Dublin, and your exit point. So once you hit that exit point, now you're back within 60 minutes of an adequate airport. You were no longer in ETOPS airspace. Can you save the questions till the end? Thank you. So that's kind of the route planning, the oceanic portion on that. We'll get to your questions here toward the end. I'll give you back to Matt real quick to go through some fuel planning and go from there.
Yeah, so fuel planning is where we can get really creative, and the airlines want us to, because this is where we save a lot of money. And the reason being is we actually have 4 different options, and it's really kind of 5 options planned within these 4 different options. The first one being just a general flag rule. So the regulations tell us when we plan a flag flight, it's pretty much all that same domestic stuff, but we also have to have 30 minutes of holding speed 1,500 feet above our alternate airport. That's what we call our flag reserve. So we had that 45-minute domestically. It's down to 30 now. But the caveat is they want us to be able to have 10% of our entire flying time as an additional contingency factor. That's a lot of gas. So if we're flying for 10 hours, they're gonna want us to have an hour's worth of gas in addition to that 30 minutes. The airlines don't like that. That's a lot of gas, a lot of fuel, and a lot of potential payload we're holding off. So we got ways to get around that. But just to kind of show you what's going on here, this is our flight today to Heathrow, what those fuels would look like. So 6:30 en route, that 10% gas there, that's 39 minutes. Our alternate is 37. There's our 30 minutes for the FAR reserve, giving us a minimum takeoff fuel, what we actually have to have when we throttle up at 8 hours and 16 minutes. So we can configure SimBrief to do this for us. It's pretty easy. We're just gonna go into our reserve section on SimBrief, and we're gonna go from 45 to FAA flag. And then we can hit generate. Once we do that, we'll take a look at the briefing preview. Excuse me. And then we can see it here on our fuel ladder. So we'll see our 10%. And then if we take a look at our minimum fuel for takeoff there, and we look at our planned fuel for takeoff and our extra, we'll see we have no extra. So if we take any sort of a taxi delay, we're in trouble. So we want to come in here, add a little bit extra fuel. So I added 20 minutes of extra here onto this flag release. All right, well, we have some options. We have something called Operation Specification B43. What this allows us to do is really the same rules, right? But instead of that 10% for the entirety of flight, we only have to do 10% for the entire time we're in Class 2 airspace, which is any time we can't fix our position off of a ground-based nav aid, like a VOR, for more than an hour. So very small amount of airspace, and we're not in it very long in the North Atlantic, so very small amounts of fuel. But because we're bringing that down, the FAA says, all right, well, instead of 30 minutes, we're bringing that back up to 45. But it's not that big of a deal. So here's our Class 2 airspace. It's really only that blue shaded portion over the Atlantic. I think you can see this fuel's going to start coming down drastically, and it does. So that 10% B43 is 6 minutes as opposed to that, what was it, 28 or something first? Sad part is, SimBrief can't do this.
Yet.
But what it can do is it can do something called Operation Specification B343. And there's two options for B343. The first one is what we call the 5% rule. So instead of having that 10%, they want us to have 5% of our estimated time en route instead of the 10%. And then still our 30 minutes and be able to conduct a missed approach and all that stuff. So how do we do this? Well, you have to have a minimum arrival fuel program. So we have to simulate this for our own flights. So we're going to go in, we're going to do B343. We're going to go to the arrival fuel dropdown, and we're going to set a minimum arrival fuel. I suggest using something like 60 minutes. You can choose whatever you want, but it has to be in that column. It has to say minimum arrival fuel of something. So we'll go in, and we'll make the selections, put in our arrival fuel, and generate the flight. And it pops up. So there it's showing 5% fuel as opposed to 10% fuel. So we're going to look at that minimum takeoff fuel and see that we have no extra. So if we take a delay on the ground, we're not getting off the air. So we're going to add some extra fuel back in to protect our minimum takeoff fuel. And there we go. So here, the breakdown, a little bit more than B43, but still not too bad. A lot better than that 10%.
Little side note, not all formats in SimBrief support B343 yet. I think the United format and I want to say
United, American, Delta, JetBlue, and Southwest do. I tested all those.
Yeah, so I think more formats to come, but also just real world, just so you know, American and United are the only real world carriers that currently are authorized to do B343. Right, so like your Southwest, your Delta, they're not authorized for B343, just us. So we're special.
But we can bring that fuel even lower. We can do something called performance-based contingency fuel. So what this is the airlines actually track all of their fuel numbers. They track their overburns. And it allows us to, instead of taking 5% of the whole flight time, it'll just say, all right, well, no less than 5 minutes, but whatever your general average extra burn is, you can use that instead. So this data is very specific to aircraft makes and models, the city pairs, your arrival time windows. It's influenced by thunderstorms at the destination, so we have a higher value if we have thunderstorms. It's also proprietary. It's very different for every airline. So we can't give you actual values because I don't know them for every flight, and I couldn't give them out if I did. However, we can simulate it. So we're going to go back in, we're going to select that B343 again. And this time, we're going to change something here, sorry. We're going to select the ACF 99 value if we have thunderstorms, otherwise we're going to pick ACF 90. So where that extra column is, we're actually going to select ACF 90 or 99 based on checking the forecast and see if there's thunderstorms. We'll use 5 minutes for ACF 90, 15 minutes for 99. So when you do that, you'll see ACF 90 show up where that 5% was, and then you'll see our planned takeoff fuel there again. Again, we have no extra, so we're gonna go back in, generate our flight, edit it. Now this time, we have to change the ATC fuel or the weather fuel add, because we have to have that ACF 90 or 99 to drive SimBrief to do what we want it to do. So in these two columns here, that's where we're going to make our adjustment. So I'll just throw my 20 minutes in here, and off we go. So there it is. There's my ACF 90 for 5 minutes, and then my min takeoff is there. That's what I have to have when I throttle up. And then there's my planned takeoff, so I got about 20 extra minutes off of that when I should be throttling up. So there's our PBCF. so 5 minutes. Then we got planned redispatch. This one is hard to wrap your mind around, but essentially what we do is instead of dispatching this flight to London Heathrow, we're going to dispatch it to Dublin. And then we're going to run another analysis from Dublin to Heathrow. And we only have to carry the 10% of the estimated time en route from JFK to Dublin. And then from this point that we're going to reanalyze the flight and send it to Heathrow, from that point on to Heathrow, we only have to carry 10% there. So we can actually double dip and use these fuels in different areas. And what that's going to allow us to do is bring that total fuel down, and it will actually let us get rid of that alternate because I only need to have that alternate if my estimate or my scheduled flight time is more than 6 hours. Well, from this place that I'm redispatching from to London, that's going to be less than 6 hours, so I could leave the alternate off. So there is fuel savings we could find there. The caveat, though, is that I'm going to need to protect that first segment of the flight as well. So here, with that alternate, I have 121.1 for that first segment going to Shannon, I'm sorry. So Shannon and Dublin with an alternate. To go to London, I need 122.6. So that's what's going to drive my fuel numbers at 122.6. Now, let's say I take the alternate off. My fuel to go to London from JFK drops to 114.7, but I do have to protect enough fuel to go to my intermediate plan, which was going to Shannon and Dublin. So I actually have to have 121.1 on board, but based off the initial plan, I'm saving a lot of gas based on doing that redispatch. Sad part is, SimBrief can't do this one yet either, so we are hoping they can get this one done. So here's kind of a recap of what the fuels were doing as we went through all the different examples and what SimBrief can and cannot do. So you'll see that redispatch will get you the best fuel numbers.
Okay. Yeah, just kind of quick on this. We were talking about ETOPS there a little bit earlier, right? So the part of the fuel planning there, we have to consider the ETOPS fuel critical scenarios. There's typically 3 scenarios that happen that are being considered and calculated. So either an engine out scenario, a decompression scenario, or if you're having a really bad day, both. Right, engine out and decompression, and usually that's kind of the most critical on that. So the additional fuel required, some of the bullet points you see here. So we're kind of baking into the planning some errors for wind forecasting, icing on unheated portions of the airframe called like ice accretion or ice drag. Just 5% for additional degradation, maybe engine performance. And for that, the fuel for the APU, fuel for holding it at the wherever you're diverting to, possibly, and for an instrument approach and landing. So that all goes into that critical fuel scenario planning. On that, hit the wrong button here again. There we go. Kind of breaks this down a little bit. You can kind of see. So the critical fuel at that first ETP, it is considering all of these things. Right, so you can see a column there for your 1 engine planning and 2 engine planning. So whatever the most critical on that would be. And you can see as you look on the left-hand side there, so your APU burn, your ice drag, your 5%, for wind errors. So the crew will see this on their flight plan. Okay, and then kind of the same information for the second ETP. Remember we talked about a little bit earlier how it's all based on still air distance. So occasionally you might see actual diversion times that exceed 120 minutes. That's okay. Okay, so the initial planning was based on still air. Actual operational goes with the winds. Okay. Same information for the second equal time point. And if you have more, en route alternates, you'll get, third, fourth, however many it takes to cover the area of operation. And so this really just provides information to the crew. Make sure you have a legal ETOPS flight plan. It is not a diversion plan, right? So once that's produced, it just lets the crew know, hey, I have a legal ETOPS flight plan. Once they're en route, the crews they're going to do whatever they need to do. They're going to divert to wherever they need to divert to based on the scenario on that. Maintenance, some maintenance requirements there. So ETOPS qualified mechanics, technicians are required to review the airplane before departure. sign it off, make sure that it's airworthy for an ETOPS operation. APU in flight does require periodic APU in flight starts, just to, for the reliability program. So that's something you can do. You can just kind of simulate that, just periodically do an in-flight APU start as you're doing your simulations on this. Some MELs have impact to ETOPS operations, right? Things like engine generators, or something's not working on the airplane. We might not want to fly it in ETOPS airspace. So that will be listed in the MELs. Things that have to be operational to operate beyond 120 or 180 minutes in there as well. So
I can do this.
yeah, I'll give you back to Matt real quick. He'll just we're going to do a quick run through just some of the other theaters of operation.
So we kind of heavily covered the Atlantic here, but some of the other theaters, like my personal favorite is like the Central East Pacific, sending flights to Hawaii. It's always 180-minute ETOPS. My other favorite is the North Pacific. I worked Pacific in my previous life at Delta. I loved it. It was my favorite theater to work. Very similar to the North Atlantic. We have tracks there as well, but we also have 207-minute ETOPS there, and we have volcanoes we have to worry about, a lot of volcanoes we have to worry about. South Pacific, that's sending flights to Australia. We cross something called the Intertropical Convergence Zone, which is just a band around the equator where we see a ton of thunderstorms. So that's a threat we have to deal with every single day. We pretty much plan our own routes out there, so we're not very structured. We can take advantage of the winds and avoid threats and give you a good ride that way. South America, it's pretty restrictive. Again, a lot of volcanoes. We have the Andes Mountains, so we have to deal with some decompression routes, some terrain escape routes, just to make sure the flight stays safe if something were to happen in that area. Not ETOPS from the US. And then my favorite thing to do as a dispatcher, we haven't been able to do it in a long time, but send flights up over the pole. The easiest way to get to China from the US is to go straight north. So we'll send flights over polar fixes, back down over Russia, over Mongolia, and down into China. It's awesome to do. We need all kinds of requirements like anti-exposure suits. We have to worry about space weather affecting our communications requirements, and we actually have to worry about our fuel freezing. So we have to do calculations to make sure our fuel stays safe and doesn't gel up. So very, very cool area to work, but unfortunately with today's geopolitical concerns, we can't do it right now. All right, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about what's going on at United. So let me just take a couple minutes of your time. We have these exciting pathway programs that are leading to very real careers in the airline industry, and I can't think of a better group of people to talk to you about. So we are going through a massive change in the aviation industry. There's retirements coming up, all kinds of expansion. People can get into high-paying major airline jobs well under what the industry average time is. And you know, the skills we have as flight simulators, they're not 100%, but they mirror a lot of the stuff the real-world professionals do. And if we take that knowledge and we apply it correctly and we know what our flight simulators are and are not capable of when it comes to the real world, we can become great assets when it comes to the real-world jobs. So if we keep open minds and keep great attitudes, the virtual sky will not be the limit. So what's our traditional career path? Well, usually we gotta do check rides and build all kinds of hours. Usually major airlines want to see college degrees. You have to grind your time out at regional airlines before you get there. You have to do all kinds of networking, and sometimes it even takes a little bit of luck to slot in. But we got the pathway programs at United now. We got Aviate, Calibrate, and Navigate. This is our pilot, maintenance, and dispatch program that are providing paths to jobs at United in those departments. So the Aviate program was launched in 2019. It's also coupled with a flight school, so people with pilot's licenses and people that are just thinking about getting into flying, they all have a career path to get into a first officer seat at United. So this would get your private pilot, start getting your instrument rating with an Aviate partner, then you start building your time, you fly as a captain at a United Express or a Part 135 carrier, and then off you come to United as a first officer. Calibrate program, that's a paid internship, apprenticeship, I'm sorry. We got 3 career paths on that. And then Navigate, that's near and dear to my heart. That's our Part 65 dispatch certification program. So if you wanted to get your dispatch license, we have a pathway there as well. And traditional Part 65 courses, they teach you how to get the license. We teach you how to get the license and become a dispatcher, and I actually help develop this content, and I teach it. So if you want any information on that, I'd be happy to talk to you afterwards. So yeah, the dream career starts with these pathway programs at United. So if you go to that QR code, we have all kinds of information on those if you were ever interested in pursuing a career in aviation. So. All right.
So as usual, we're real tight on time, but I think we might have a minute or two here to take a couple of questions. I know this gentleman over here had a question, I think, unless we answered it for you already.
Thank you, it was answered.
Okay, excellent. Any other questions? And this was kind of a fire hose. A lot of information went by real fast, right? So, yes, sir. So the question was, do we normally get assigned a theater of operation and stick to it? So it's based on our qualification, right? So it's if I'm qualified for Europe or Pacific or Latin, Caribbean. So it depends on the qualifications we have. And then we, like pilots, we bid for a schedule, right? So I might bid for a European line. So in that case, I would work a European theater operation or maybe bid Pacific. So it just depends on what I feel like working or what my seniority can hold as far as a schedule for that bid period. So yes, right in the middle, in the back there, yeah.
More of a technical question. Once you selected a diversion time of using 180 and your weather changes, do you go to a higher than top time, or is that irregular for client environment?
So I think I heard your question. So is asking, so if we plan for 120 minutes, can we change to a different operating rule? Yes. There's nothing in the advisory circulars, the regulations that says we have to stick with that operating rule. So if we start at 120 minutes and maybe Keflavik up there mid-ocean, and it's no longer a viable or a legal alternate, yes, we can amend the release and change to a 180-minute operating rule. So yes, we can do that. Did that answer your question? Okay.
Okay. I do have a bunch of goodies from the United Dispatch Department up here, so if you want to see me after we're done here, I'll hand those out.
Okay. Any kind of final questions here? We're here all the weekend. You can catch us if you have anything else that comes up, that we didn't answer, or if you happen to think of something later, feel free to reach out to us. And I think we were talking, all those QR codes and the links and everything to the manuals and some of the other information, we'll try to make those available for everybody on some outlet.
Yeah, we're going to post them in the, this presentation has a Discord channel. I'll be posting those in here within the next 15 minutes as soon as we're done here. And all right, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
All right, that was kind of interesting, I guess. I don't know if we're ever going to use that, but it's nice to know how they do long-haul flights, I guess. All right, let's move to the next one. Video on demand. That's right. All right, we got that's coming up. Let's see here. What's next? We just did international flight. Okay, Hello World Global Online Aviation Networks. I think this would have been pretty cool to be here in person and kind of watch all this stuff. All right, Rob Shearman. Let's get it on. Let's see what old Rob's got for us today. But yeah, I guess hitting the play button would help. Just boomered all over the screen. Oh my god. All right.
All right, ready when you are. Good? All right, well, we're live, guys, so hello world. We're here today talking about global online aviation networks, but first I just want to get a quick poll of the room. How many have been to Flight Sim Expo before this weekend? So you've been to 2 or more of the events. Couple hands. 3 or more? No? 4 or more? No? Anybody? So I've been very blessed to be able to attend all 5 of these things. Las Vegas in 2018, and then Orlando, San Diego, Houston, and now back here. And I can attest, I can assure you that there's no greater event for rekindling my passion for air conditioning. I am not built for that out there. You can probably look at me and tell that. And yeah, I've always said, I said for a long time that I was born in an air-conditioned room, and God willing, I'm going to die in an air-conditioned room. But anyway, I am happy to be here to talk about global online aviation networks. Now, first of all, who am I? What qualifies me to be up here in front of you today? First of all, I am a flight sim enthusiast. I've been flying flight sims for basically as long as they've been around, since the early 80s. However, do take me with a grain of salt because I have 0.0 hours in the real-world logbook. I've been a member of VATSIM since 2010, so the last 14 of those 40 years. I've amassed something like 3,100 pilot hours. That's not as many as some people, but it's a pretty good number. I've been an air traffic controller on VATSIM actively for the last 6 years, and almost 1,000 hours of controlling on VATSIM as well. For those of you who know VATSIM and know the VATSIM community, you might have heard of VATSTAR, was a virtual pilot training organization that just recently closed up shop, but they opened in 2015, and I wrote most of their, well, almost all of their training and testing material when they first opened. And then more recently, the last 6 years, I've been a host of a Twitch live stream called Slant Alpha Adventures. Matter of fact, we celebrate the 6th anniversary of that stream next week. So, I don't know, hopefully that gives me, I have a little bit of insight into what we're going to cover for you today. Now, this is not a massive advertisement for VATSIM, although kind of looks like it is, doesn't it? There are other global online networks besides VATSIM. VATSIM, as I mentioned, is the one that I have 14 years of experience with myself, so it's the one that I'm most familiar with, but there are others out there that are basically analogous, basically the same thing. Most of what I'm going to cover today applies to whichever one of those you would happen to want to join. What are we going to cover today? Well, I'm going to start with what are global online aviation networks, what happens there, what goes on there. Secondly, what are the pros and cons of joining a network like that versus just flying on your own with or without AI-generated traffic or AI-generated air traffic control. So why would I join a network versus doing that? We're going to cover the basic things that a new member on a network like VATSIM would really want to know, and then what are the big pitfalls that you would want to avoid. So first of all, what are these networks that we're talking about today? We're talking about internet-based servers or server networks that allow virtual pilots to connect and fly cooperatively together. Virtual human pilots, people like yourselves from all over the world, to join together. There are some that focus on military. Digital combat sim is a real popular one, but we're focusing today on one where civilian aviation is the primary traffic, and really honestly where realistic procedures and communications are used. So as opposed to something like the multiplayer environment in Flight Sim 2020, which comes built in with the sim, that's more of a casual fly-along type thing. There aren't really any rules that are enforced. And it can be somewhat of a free-for-all in terms of coordination with other aircraft, and there's no really way to communicate with other aircraft. So we're talking about, a network, a separate network that you connect to that allows you to operate with other pilots with some sort of form of communication and with realistic procedures as well. And in particular, VATSIM and IVAO, you can connect as a pilot or you can connect as a virtual air traffic controller. So that's what we're basically talking about. The big thing about these networks is they're not just the server infrastructure, but a network like VATSIM is also a community unto itself. And the members of the VATSIM community congregate on forums or discussion boards. Discord is what I've pictured here. And so we just connect with each other in a lot more ways than just on the actual server network talking over our pretend radios. A moment ago, I discussed pros and cons, so let's talk about what some of them are. I am not here to convince you that you must get onto a network like VATSIM. I'm going to try and give you a really good taste of whether it's right for you or whether it might not be. One of the biggest pros is that on a network like VATSIM, I think you're going to get a much broader variety of realistic instructions. And the way I like to say this is that when you're flying on your own, whether there's AI traffic around you, AI air traffic control, you're the most important pilot in the sky because you're the human player. And the rest of it is just generated around you to kind of make you feel like you're in an immersive environment, but you're still the primary focus of what the AI-generated ATC is trying to do. So I think one of the big misconceptions that new members of VATSIM have when they come in is that you can program your complete route from pavement to pavement, and your job is to take off the airplane and make it fly that exact magenta line path the entire way. And that is an easy misconception to have when you're the most important person in the sky every time you fly. But on a multiplayer network with other traffic around, you do have to be prepared for sometimes the case where you don't just fly what you filed, okay? Because there's other planes that need to be sequenced in ahead of you or behind you or what have you. I think on a global network, you get a more realistic variety of people and styles and personalities. Now, I will tell you what, that sayintentions.ai trailer that we saw yesterday was pretty impressive. I will definitely be checking that out. But I still think that there's no true substitute for a global community of actual people that you develop and connect with and learn their styles of communication and their personalities. The flip side of that is that it is sometimes difficult to understand them, especially if you're flying in a region where the native language that you speak is not the native language that they speak. They may speak with an accent, or they may speak very quickly. They may not enunciate well. So you do encounter this more often on a global network than when you're trying to listen to instructions that your AI ATC is giving you. I don't want to overblow this one. It does happen that you happen across somebody who's not having a good day on the scopes, and they get a little short. It's not common. It's more common if there's folks on there that really are in over their heads. And I'm not condoning anyone being rude to a new pilot, but it's stressful from the controller side sometimes. And that is just something that you have to be aware of. Like I said, pros and cons. It happens, and hopefully, going in knowing that you will encounter this from time to time will help you kind of shake it off. Some people are more able to be a little thick-skinned in that situation than others, and so I get it. That's part of the decision you need to make. Is this the right environment for me? I think the pros outweigh the cons, in my opinion, though. I said fewer glitched instructions. The AI ATC is getting better and better. But there are still a lot of situations that AI doesn't seem to handle well, at least so far in my experience. Very unique airspace, or if you're going to and from less common destinations and situations, particularly if you're IFR to a non-towered field, the instructions that you get from your AI ATC are often a little bit off somehow. And then if you're VFR, and especially if you're in a situation where there's a mixture of VFR and IFR traffic, sometimes the instructions that you'll get from the AI ATC aren't quite what you would get in that real situation. Notice I said fewer, not none, because VATSIM air traffic controllers aren't perfect either. And I can attest to that personally. Really, one of the best aspects of joining a network like VATSIM or the others like it is the social aspect. This very event that we are at today grew out of an annual meetup of a pilot and controller online community. So it can't be understated the benefit of the social, the community feel that you get from joining a network like this. On the flip side of that, though, is what? Social anxiety, fear of being judged. The way I like to say it is, when you first key up that mic, a lot of people are really just petrified. Oh my God, I'm going to sound like a fool. The best advice I have for you is embrace that you will sound like a fool those first few times. Because there's really no way to get better at it than being bad at it first. So, yeah, you're going to sound silly the first handful of times. It's okay. Set the bar nice and low, and then just do a little bit better every time you go. The three other things that we hear about reasons people choose not to join a network like this. Number one is they say it's difficult to set up the program, the app, to do it. It's getting more and more plug and play these days, but people do say, oh, I couldn't figure out how to install it, how to get it running. Sometimes people say, I don't want to fly on a network like that because AIATC is available everywhere 24/7 on a network like VATSIM, IVAO. Air traffic control coverage comes and goes, sometimes randomly, sometimes right as you cross into their sector. So that's a reason you might not want to join a network, is that you won't get ATC coverage all the time, whereas in an AI environment you will. And then the other reason that we see in surveys for why people choose not to do online human multiplayer is, what happens if you're on short final and suddenly you have to take a phone call? Can't pause. Hey, everyone around, can everyone pause for a second? Because I have to jump on a call real quick. On a network like VATSIM, there are plenty of opportunities to step out of the cockpit for a few minutes, especially if you're at cruise, if your en route controller doesn't have a lot of sequencing to do with you at the moment, if you're not about to be handed off to the next sector. Hey, can I step out for a couple minutes? As I would say, I've got to go refresh the beverage, got to go run to the little pilot's room. I call it liquid recycling, liquid in, liquid out. I strongly encourage liquid recycling, by the way. But yeah, you can do that, but not if you're on final. Let's talk about some of the basics that you need to understand. And this is going to be a lot to cover in 45 minutes. I apologize. I've even had to cut some of it just to keep it under time. So we'll do the best I can to cover what I want to cover here. So we're going to talk briefly about choosing a proper call sign for the type of operation that you're doing. I cut the discussion on routes. I think if many of you, if you're kind of like in the intermediate simmer level and you've done some realistic flight planning, you have a basic understanding of how routes work. Just sticking to airways. The way I like to say it is, don't go chasing long directs, stick to the Tango Airways and the Victor Airways that you're used to. No music fans in the room? Okay, I figured no one would get that one, that's fine. I'll recover. And we'll talk about charts and why it's important to have them, and where you can find them. And then we'll talk about the basics of air traffic control communications. Now, this is, as I said, a lot to cover in 45 minutes, so I would like to refer you to a set of tutorials that I have on my YouTube channel, where I cover a lot of this stuff in more intimate detail. So please feel free to search up Slant Alpha Adventures on YouTube and a playlist called VATSIM Tutorials. And yes, I give you permission to use it even if you choose a network besides VATSIM. It's fine, I'll get over it. But I cover a lot of these topics in a little bit more detail than I'm cramming in to today. All right, call signs. When you're connecting to a network, and I'll caveat this by saying, you'll get a network ID that identifies you specifically, but when you connect, each time you connect, you could be flying a different type of aircraft, you could be flying a different type of operation, a general aviation flight versus an air carrier type flight, and you will have the opportunity, most networks that I'm familiar with, you have the opportunity to do so under a different call sign each time you connect, if that's what you choose to do. The basics for air carrier call signs is to remind you to use the 3-letter ICAO identifier rather than the 2-letter one that is on your ticket. That's the IATA identifier. So that's what's on most of the passenger documentation, but for the pilots, for the air traffic control, at least in particular, they're referring to the flights by their 3-letter identifier. And I'll go over some examples of what I mean by that in a moment. The flight ID that comes after that air carrier identifier is normally a number. And here in the States, we're used to it just being the same number that the passengers see on their tickets. Outside of the States, especially in Europe, they now have sometimes randomized a flight ID that is not the same as the flight number that's on the passenger ticket, and that's in order to reduce the number of similar sounding call signs on those frequencies, which are very, very jam-packed frequencies. So in order to reduce confusion, they'll assign an alphanumeric ID to the flight instead of using that flight number. Some examples I put up on the screen. Southwest 2904, you use SWA rather than WN as you connect to the network. The other two examples here are interesting because there's a difference that it's not on the slide, but it's a difference between what you log on as versus what you actually say over the radio. So in the case of Southwest, it's pretty straightforward, okay? It's SWA, the airline's name is Southwest, and the call sign for Southwest is, wouldn't you know it, Southwest. The second one, MXY 328, would be spoken over the radio as Moxie. Anyone know off the top of their head which airline this is? Yeah, Breeze Airways. So the airline's name is Breeze, but the call sign they use over the radio is Moxie plus the flight number, and as they log on to the scope, or as they appear on the scope, it would be MXY 328. And then this last one, British Airways, again, BAW, the airline's name is British Airways, the ICAO is BAW, so far so good. Anyone know what the spoken call sign for British Airways is? Speedbird, right. So sometimes the spoken call sign is just the airline name, sometimes the spoken call sign matches the ICAO identifier, and sometimes it's just a different word that is used as their spoken call sign. So just be cognizant of the difference between what you log on as and what you say. We'll talk about general aviation call signs, private call signs. These formats are going to be different depending on where in the world you are. And in the US, we're used to the N numbers, the letter N followed by up to 5 numbers, with the last 1 or 2 of those being letters instead. Other places, it's 5 letters, where the first letter or the first 2 letters is a country code, and then the rest of it is just randomly assigned. And then even other places, the last part, the randomly assigned part, might not be just letters. So it's kind of like as you drive around in the US, you see license plates from all different states, and every state kind of has its own format for what order the letters and numbers come in. It's kind of the same thing in terms of aircraft registrations. Examples here, and again, I'm going to touch on the difference between what you log on as and what you say. What you log on as would be, in my case, November 514 Delta Victor, and that is what you can say. But in the U.S., we have a lot of places globally. You have this convention where you can drop the letter N and replace that with your make or your model. So you could say Citation 514 Delta Victor, or Comanche 514 Delta Victor. But I'm not going to log on and connect with the word Comanche and the numbers. I'm still going to put, when I log on, I'm going to connect with this N and then the number. So again, difference between what you say versus how you appear on the scope. Finally, military call signs. I'll just give you the caveat that depending on the network that you're flying on, there might be some restrictions on what type of military activity you can do. So you should check with whatever network you sign up for and see what those restrictions are. The most common military call sign that you'll find is what they call the tactical call sign, which is the squadron name, which is shortened down to a 4 or 5 letter code, and then a 1 or 2 digit identifier after that. So you'll see things like Bogey 23 or Thug 01. Occasionally you see the service-based call signs, which is just the service identifier, A for Air Force. US Navy uses VV, Victor Victor, and then the identifying flight number that goes after it. Let's talk about charts and where to find them and why. Well, we'll talk about why it's important to have them when you're flying in a moment. But first of all, where do you find them? In the US, we've got a website called SkyVector that has the complete FAA repository kind of built into it. RNAV is another one that's commonly used. It's, some folks prefer it just because it's got an easier search function. Just type in which chart you're looking for and it pops up. You can even go as a sim pilot to the FAA's own Digital Terminal Procedures publication. It's the very same one that a real-world pilot would use. And the FAA just makes that free access without having to sign up for any kind of an account. So that's one of the reasons why flying in the US, I think, is so much easier, not because it's just my home region, time zones match up, but also free access to every chart that you might want to need. Outside of the US, in Canada, there's a site called flightplan.com, fltplan.com. You do need a registration for that, but it's free. And once you do that, you will have access to, again, the very same charts that real-world pilots would use when flying in Canada. Outside of the US and Canada, it can sometimes be difficult to find charts for the procedures for the origin and destination that you might be using. Some countries publish theirs freely, like here. Others, they charge a fee for those charts because it's how they pay for their aviation infrastructure. So you can't always come across them very easily. There's an organization called ChartFox that is specific to VATSIM, where a volunteer group has collected most of the free ones into one single source, so you can use that if you're a VATSIM user. Sometimes if you just jump on Google, punch in the country name and the word, the letters AIP, which stands for Aeronautical Information Publication. You can search it that way too if you're having trouble finding it. Sometimes you can find countries' charts that aren't on ChartFox or you don't have access to another way. Many of us are familiar with Navigraph, as we found out yesterday. I think the entire room was. They have an app called Desktop Charts, which is global. It is a subscription service. So for those who fly on a tight budget, it's obviously affordability is in the eye of the beholder, as I like to say. So whether it's worth it to you to subscribe to this service is your personal decision to make. I tend to think that it's a very good value, and they're not paying me a stipend. I wish they were. I tend to think that it's a very good value because it gives you charts for the entire globe, all in the same format. So the one thing about each country that publishes their own AIP, the charts format is slightly different. So on one chart, the minimums might be in this corner. On another chart, the minimums are listed up top. In another chart, they're in red. The format of the Navigraph charts are all based on the real-world company called Jeppesen, which produces charts for real aviation. But it is the benefit is that they look the same no matter where in the world you're flying, which is a nice thing to have. Now, why is it important to have them with you while you're flying? Why can't you just plug in the procedures into your FMC and then you're good to go? The plane just does its thing. The plane just follows the procedure. Why do you have to have the chart in front of you? SIDS and STARS, which are standard instrument departures, standard terminal arrivals, very common to have these at your larger, busier commercial hubs in and outside of the US. And many of you, like I said, if you've done some rudimentary flight planning, you're familiar with these to some extent. But there are instructions on these charts in addition to just the list of the waypoints. And it's very important that you kind of look over these charts and understand what those instructions are. And in particular, what you do at the beginning, right as you leave the runway, in what manner am I joining this SID? It's very important. It's not always just turning directly to that first point. At the end of the star, what happens after I hit the last point in the star and I'm getting ready to fly my approach? What do I do in the middle? Very important that you know this. In a single-player environment, not so important. You can do whatever you want. Multiplayer environment with other traffic you're being sequenced around, very important that you know what you should be doing as you cross that last point. In the case of approaches, at the very least, you want to know where the minimums and the missed approach instructions are, and you want to read those over. For taxiway diagrams, very important that you have the taxiway diagram. A lot of sim pilots, they think, oh, well, if I get a taxi instruction from VATSIM controller, I'll just enable the taxiway routing with the arrows that I can just follow in the plane. Well, the problem is you might get a different route from the VATSIM controller than what your sim thinks you're getting. So if you follow the arrows, you're going a different way. And the other problem that you occasionally run into is that the layout of your airport in the sim might not be fully up to date, and the VATSIM air traffic controller is working off of a more current chart. Now, this is occasionally a problem, but usually if you have a chart and you can compare what's on the chart to what's in your sim in front of you, you can kind of work around these. Oh, he's telling me to turn right on Bravo 8, but this is now called Bravo 9, but it's definitely the one that's right here at the end of the runway. Okay, I've got it. It's the same thing. So you do have to kind of figure out things on your own that might be slight discrepancies. But you definitely want to follow, in general terms, the route that your VATSIM air traffic controller gives you, and not just some random route that you want to take to the runway. And again, it stems from the concept of you're not the most important pilot in the situation. A lot of times at these busier air traffic control, these busier VATSIM events, we might be queuing up so say you're here at LAS, Las Vegas, and there's 30 planes in line to go to Los Angeles, LAX, and you're going somewhere else. You don't want to get stuck in the queue for LAX when you could be on your way in 5 minutes because you're going somewhere that is not being overloaded with traffic. So you definitely want to follow the correct taxi instructions because you may get a shorter queue than the event traffic or what have you. We'll talk basics of communications, and I do have a tutorial on YouTube which covers this in about 16 and a half minutes. Today I'm going to try and cover it in 3.5 minutes, so I apologize again for the pace, but I think we can kind of rip through the basics here. Very first thing that you want to be able to do is to check in with a new controller. And it can be a mouthful of things that you have to spit out in a quick sequence. The good news is, though, that the format of that kind of follows the same pattern every time. You start by saying their call sign, then your call sign, then your location, the altitude that you are at and the altitude that you are climbing or descending to. Come on, click, let's go. Your intentions, what am I doing here? And the current ATIS letter, which we'll talk about in just a moment. The good news with this, though, is that you don't always have to give all of these. There's a lot of situations where you can omit some of these. If you are already radar identified as you check in with the next controller, you don't need to update your position. They can see your position. Your target has already kind of flashed on their screen so they know you're coming, so you really don't have to say your location. If you're IFR, you typically don't have to give your intentions. They know what your intentions are. It's in your flight plan. The one example where you do kind of have to give all this information is if you're VFR and maybe you were flying in Class Echo airspace and you weren't under flight following services, but now you're about to enter a Charlie airspace. And now you do need to be in touch with air traffic control for the approach controller to sequence you in for your arrival. So in this case, you do have to give every bit of that stuff. Their call sign is Raleigh Approach. Yours is, well, I'll just talk through it. Raleigh Approach, Comanche 514 Delta Victor. We're 20 miles west of the airport, 6,500, descending 4,500, inbound for a full stop of information Delta. So it can be kind of a lot to spit out at once, but if you follow the same flow, maybe even sketch it out in a notepad or physically on a piece of paper ahead of time, it can help you. Let's talk real quickly about readbacks. Readbacks are simple because it's really any kind of instruction that you get, they're going to want you to read back so that they can verify that you heard them properly. The one thing that new VATSIM members do a lot is they read back pieces that aren't instructions and aren't necessary to be included in a readback. So, for example, when you get your landing clearance, you don't need to read back the winds. You haven't been instructed to do anything. That wind information is just for your information. The other one is when you're getting your approach clearance. The first thing they say is you're 5 miles from Bodley, or whatever the final approach fix is that they're vectoring you. So 5 miles from Bodley, maintain blah, blah, blah until the 5 miles from Bodley part is just for your information. It's just a verification, especially if you're flying a plane without DME, which who does that anymore? But yeah, they'll give you that information just as a verification of how long it should be before you intercept that final approach course. But you don't have to read that back. They haven't instructed you to do anything. They're just letting you know that you're 5 miles from Bodley. Always include your call sign. Usually at the end, could be at the beginning, but always include your call sign so the controller knows that the person that they think they gave that instruction to is the one who is receiving it and following it. Another kind of daunting piece that we run across is the initial call for a clearance and the mouthful of stuff that the controller spits out at you all at once, and then you have to be ready to read it back, and you're like, oh my God. And then,
Oh my
and then I
God!
remember all
Jeez,
6
shut
pieces of this
up!
clearance.
My God, this guy is so boring. Jesus, God Almighty! All right, I'm switching to. Jeez, like I'm falling asleep over here, man. I don't want to fall asleep at the expo. Golly. This is the one I really want to watch. But that's going on 3 p.m. Is that going on now? I don't think it's going on now. Oh, you only missed 15 minutes. We'll go back and watch it.
Some people may have noticed on some of the 2020 airport images, the aircraft sometimes they're a little bit green from the bottom. Sometimes the colors are not completely exact. So that was the sort of indirect lighting in the world wasn't perfect, and we redid this, and you can see it's now perfect. The bottom is gray, and it makes the whole scene a lot more realistic. Yeah.
All right. Video.
So last year we showed a very quick video about how we can now make much more accurate surfaces. So the aerodynamics is simulated with little surfaces that catch the airflow. And in 2020 there's just a fixed number, and you can't really change. You can just change the scale of it. And in 2024 there's a new system which allows you to just create pretty much anything. And you can see here it has the engines, the fuselage, a lot more detail. You can choose the detail, and it's extremely easy to use. It's optional. You can just add it to the file at the end, and it took us just 1 hour to upgrade this aircraft to the new system. So it's very easy to use.
Yes, you aircraft makers, 1 hour. It's cool. All right, so here we're just showing off ridiculous amounts of detail. Lots of detail. You have something here, right?
So the little tissue things here are also physically simulated. You can configure length and size, and so not the one on the engine, but the little floaty ones. The one on the engine are not moving in the wind anymore. But the remove before flight thing here, you see the pitot flags, physically simulated if you want to add that.
Yes. How about this?
A lot of hidden detail in this shot. So maybe technical specialists have noticed something. The shadows don't have any edges, and the shadow of the button is much sharper than the one of the window. So this is all ray tracing here now, and it's super accurate.
Yeah, and here one of the goals for airports was to make them not only prettier but also more alive. And so we have now people walking on walkways. They can also walk inside the airports, and that's completely controllable by you guys if you make airports. So a lot more activity. And here you see one of our character models. It was kind of interesting, you know. Obviously, Flight Sim represents the whole planet, and we introduce characters. So that was honestly, we took that very seriously. We need to represent humankind right. We'll talk about this more at some point. We just see it here. We have made a huge amount of character models, clothing that's appropriate for different regions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We went way, way, way deep. We worked with one of the best companies in the industry. They're called Humane from the UK. They scan the faces of hundreds of actors and things. So it's going to be something we'll add more detail as we go. We can spend all day here right now talking about this, but it's too much.
And again, you can see the super sharp shadows, which are ray traced here as well.
A little bit far. Okay.
That's me. So on this shot, some analysts, some people have noticed that some of the instruments don't move, or maybe none. So this is very simply work in progress aircraft. Of course, everything is simulated, animated, but when you go into the replay system, some people saw that it just didn't expose all the variables yet. So that's going to be obviously moving and animated as it should.
All right, and this one, if you remember the 2020 trailer, this was just a homage. We had a takeoff in San Francisco. This was a takeoff in New York. And here we go. This was a little bit of controversy. I don't think it's answered yet. So this Diamond PC-12 NGX is made by Coronado, not the one that's currently in the marketplace. All right. Monsieur.
So we said that on the previous shot we said that everything was in 3D now, and how is that working? So it's Azure AI again. We use Azure again a lot more this time to know on every image, every area of the planet, the whole planet, is something: stone, rock, sand, grass. What basically is it? And then it assigns the right material and procedurally generates it. And we have close to 30 different biomes for the plants, and so you can see in the distance here that's an Australian biome, which has the Australian plants and everything, and that's also automatically generated procedurally over the entire planet.
And that's Australian people, and that's Australian cars, and that's Australian everything. So we went way in to make it authentic. The next one is interesting.
Yeah, this is the same location, but in 2020. So you can see the difference. It feels like a flat field, and the vegetation clearly is just all panels, right? Rod shapes, impostors. It's all 3D now, and especially the ground, the stones in the when you look close up, are all in 3D generated mesh.
Yeah, this one was a good new game mode. Honestly, it wasn't really planned, but it was so much fun that we said, we got to do this. So aerial advertising is in.
Yeah, so important thing here in the video, you see the plane catching the rope. So the rope is actually suspended in the air, and the physics, the rope really impacts the airplane, which impacts the rope. So when you catch it, because the pole is down, you really feel the little pitch down moment. You need to pitch up, full gas, and it's completely realistic, simulated the whole rope physics as well. And here you can see the tissue of the banner, I think it's plastic, unfolding completely as it should, pulled by the plane. And actually, to get the banner right, we had to set exactly the same mass. You know, there's a little bit of weight at the bottom. The upper rope is a little shorter. It's simulated exactly like the real one, and it flaps in the wind exactly like the real banner in the real world advertisement.
Yeah, and then some people noticed the water. Yep, water looks better. That is just due to the lighting system. We didn't do anything else really to make that different. The photogrammetry is the same that we have in 2020. As a matter of fact, we have a new Miami, which is not this. And then we'll get back to the ships later. Hold on to the ships. I saw some comments on ships, and then I couldn't resist. I put my little not so hidden message in there. Sky's not the limit. Oh yeah, we'll talk about that more. Okay, so this is Aspen. Obviously the airport that we had in the original sim, and a word on the Vision Jet. The Vision Jet we already talked about is from FlightFX. That plane has now been added upon by Work and Title. They're adding the cap system. We're working closely with Cirrus, so I think it's going to be a really, really close to the pin rendition of the Vision Jet, which is going to be awesome. Questions from Raoul. Oh my.
I think you should explain how that guy got in the plane. This is quite a cool feature. He was walking.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's totally intentional. That's intentional. Yeah, this is a VIP. So we actually looked a lot like, what's a VIP in Aspen look like? We're like, okay, we'll pick this person. But yeah, you fly them around. That's actually a thing. That's what the VIP missions are all about. Yes. All right, in this one, there was some commentary about clouds, and I thought, hey, Seb, this is the Vision Jet in the clouds. Maybe we should talk about some Cirrus clouds. Cirrus Vision Jet, Cirrus clouds. Huh.
So we're improving the cloud system. We have added a few things. So there's a few shots later where it's even more visible, but we added another layer, which is Cirrus clouds specifically. And there's been also a few improvements which will be more visible on a later screenshot on how the clouds are lit, depending on how high they are, which makes it a lot more realistic. And that's, yeah, new lighting engine and new Cirrus clouds. So here again, Azure AI is doing a lot more work, this time on the entire planet. So on the entire planet, we're detecting crop fields, where they are, which way they're oriented, because sometimes they have lines, what type of crop. There's 20 or 30 different types of crops, all realistically simulated and automatically put the 3D crops on there. Yeah.
Yeah, and then just one word about, we have never talked about this helicopter, so it's obviously Robinson 66. This one and the DART system that's on there, the DART space system, are done by Coronado. Here comes it.
So here we have a little video. So there's so much going on this shot that we actually make a different shot from a different angle. So yes, all the fields here are generated by AI, and it goes all the way to the horizon. And here you can see the CFD wind flow simulation of the helicopter moving the air and the grass around. And what we can see in behind is an all-new system. This is a CFD which expands as far as you can see, 6 minutes of history per aircraft. All the aircraft in the world are all simulated with the new CFD system, which is, so it's cascaded, it's a sparse voxel, it's super performant, and it can do wake turbulence for every aircraft in the world, helicopters, everything.
So this scene, I'm excited about this scene because what it means for the sim. So in Flight Sim 2024, we have a lot more ships populating the oceans. We have a new data stream, a company that we just signed with called Spire, and we get basically positional data of every ship on Earth, I think every 30 seconds. And we'll use that.
And so if you look into the detail very closely, you may see that the boats actually move with the waves, but this time they're in sync with the waves. So the water of the waves is now really simulated in 3D.
This is one of those bloopers, my first idea. Nobody liked it. So we went with a tanker. Yep. So the mission system will, in this example, pick these locations, basically drive you out there, and then you do search and rescue. By the way, this 125 is made by Asobo. We had that in last year's trailer, if you remember the one on the oil platform. And here, you can just see, I can't wait for you to play this. It's so cool, being these people doing these things. All right, Seb, it's you.
So here you can see another instance of the new simulation. So it's a little bit like the banner, but this time it's transporting an AC unit. So you really feel the weight. It's pulling on the aircraft as it should. The aircraft is pulling on the rope. And it adds the whole complexity of flying the helicopter while transporting something. Make it not shake too much. It's really interesting and completely accurate simulation of this box and this rope. And yeah, and you even feel the wind blowing onto the air conditioning, especially in a building like this. It makes it really tricky to land and be accurate to drop it onto the platform.
So on the helipad is obviously LA. So this is LA photogrammetry, and if you notice, the helipad looks really good, I would argue. And this is not the only one we're making. In fact, there's a team that is making every helipad on Earth. And we spent 1.5 years researching this. And they're all modeled. I know who that was. And I think we talked about this, but the Ericsson S64 air crane is from Blackbird, and it's amazing. This massive aircraft we had in last year's trailer is the A400M, and that is a highly detailed aircraft from Builds.
And so there's a hidden feature in this image, in this shot, which applies to every propeller, every rotor, is that there's a completely new rendering system of rotors, which doesn't need to have, stages of whatever transparency blurring is. It actually multi-samples hundreds of times the actual blade moving on its real speed, real trajectory, and you automatically just get this effect by just modeling a rotor.
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing about the A400, actually why it's in the fleet, is because it can land on these itty-bitty tiny airstrips. And then some people said, well, we should talk about this. We saw some videos on, hey, there's puddles.
Yeah, so the puddles, it's just because it's an airstrip, so it doesn't over the entire planet puddled. But important here also is the tropical biome. There is a ton of different vegetations, so it's not just people saw it when they looked at the video. It's very different plants, many different, and many different biomes, so it looks really different everywhere you go.
I just want to say we're not entirely sure if we have puddles or not. We will investigate. We think we
have. On
have
airports, probably.
Yeah. So this beast, if you ever stood right next to one, this is the AT802 from Air Tractor. It looks small. It's a gigantic plane. It's one of the ones that is made by. I think it's 35 feet. 35 feet long and 60 feet wingspan. It's a really huge plane, and you guys are making this.
Yeah. So for the aircraft we're doing upgrading, we actually, like this one, we rented the aircraft, and this time we not just do the mesh scanning or the audio, we also do flight data recording with test pilots, and it provides a much more realistic results in the sim at the end.
And we have a video.
Yeah.
nothing much to say here. Also, firefighting is cool. All right, explore the world. So this was one of those pictures that I picked. I wanted a famous place that everybody recognizes, at least in America. Most people recognize El Capitan. And then here's a picture of what this currently looks like in Flight Sim 2020. You can see a couple of things. So we actually made it POI, for what it's worth. Got the size wrong. Okay. But this is what it looks like now.
So you can see all the trees in 3D, the grass is 3D, much more variety in height, and a lot of different grass and plant species. The plane impacts the grass and the ground when it's rolling through it. So you see the grass getting flat, or the terrain has a little if it's puddles or whatever you drive through, you see the impact of the wheels. And accurate 3D collisions, so the ground material really counts now. It's not just all flat. So when you land with a stall, for example, look at what the material looks like, because if it's rocks or so, it's going to be much harder landing than if it's a different type. When you taxi now, if you cut through the grass, you really feel it. You don't want to do that again. You stay on the taxiway. So it makes a big difference.
I crashed a lot. Yeah, I mean, I think backcountry flying is going to be really awesome, because the world looks really, really close to realistic now, to the real thing now. I think you can see here like another cool feature, which is dirt accumulation. I think it's really neat. Here we partnered with a company called Tac Aero. I don't know if you follow those guys. Really cool. So I think in general, I think backcountry, I'm just in love. And then obviously, as we said earlier, you can get out now, and then you want to do stuff, and that is why we have our little, oh yeah, I want to show that. We found that exact shot. So this is where we are now. This is where we are in 2020. Back to now. Now it looks better. Yes, coming to you soon. And then this is just a, kind of probably a me thing. Like, I love animals. I love doing stuff. I want to be delighted and surprised when we actually land somewhere. I remember there were some add-ons that actually did something similar, which I thought were great. So they're going to be, this is a mule deer. We will have tons of animals, much beyond what we had last time. We actually have a worldwide coverage map, and there will be a day where we talk about this more. Not today. All right, and here we have, there was just another idea. We partnered with this company called Flydo. I think he's from Italy, who has basically a motor on a balloon. And we found lots of people in the hobby that are a little bit scared of airplanes, actually, but they would like to explore. So we said, why not? Let's go add some balloons, and if you want to go low and slow, you can go do that. This one, you want to talk about lighting?
Oh yeah, because this is one of the first shots where you see the difference. So the lighting now accounts for the rays going through the atmosphere before they hit the clouds or anything. And that's why you can now have clouds which are, when there's a sunset, white at the top, like the Cirrus, and yellow at the bottom. That's something that was not possible before. That's now possible. And you see a lot more variation in the colors in the sky, especially at sunset and sunrise.
And this eVTOL, I don't know if you know it. I didn't see that many videos that picked out which one it is. So this eVTOL is called the Joby S4, and it's one of the, in my opinion, one of the more promising entries into the air taxi market. And this aircraft is created by FlightFX. This, again, Zeppelins, kind of like, balloons. It's really, really slow, but you can get a certain view of the world that is just different. And social, which I like. And then obviously the lighting here looks awesome.
Yeah, so the lighting is I think it's just the result of the overall process of fixing and improving the formulas and the math of the lighting. And it overall looks a lot more realistic, even though it's actually the same lights in the world, the same meshes. So what has been done before still works. It just works a lot better.
Yeah, so early on, here, a lot of people saw that right away. The Twin Otter, yep. Early on, when we talked with the design team, hey, what aircraft do we want for the activity system? They said versatile ones, things that can do a lot. Well, the Twin Otter qualifies. So we talked to our friends at Aerosoft and said, hey, let's just take yours. They took it off the market, so nobody, buys it, and we then put it out for free, basically. It's going to get almost completely redone. So the art is going to be we scanned the plane from scratch. Builds is making the art, and Hans and his team are going to upgrade all the systems. And it did make me happy. One of you found the crocodiles and got excited. Yes, right there. You want to say something?
Yeah. So this is one of the 30 new biomes. This is the mangrove biome. Yeah.
All right, and this is just another example of what countryside tin really gives us. This is in the French Alps near Grenoble. So Microsoft bought about 1 million square kilometers of this so far, and we are planning to bring that to Flight Sim 2024. And in years to come, this is a process, just saying. In years to come, we will get a lot more. Right now, we have a lot of national parks, those types of famous mountains in Europe, but we will get more and more of this as time goes by. I predict this is going to be our long-term future, that the entire world will look exactly like this. Not much to say here. This is just our dedication to go to the furthest away places possible. So it's just a helipad on I think it's in Ireland or something, I forget. This is a homage. I put that shot into the trailer when, if you remember, we were like, hey, you need to take Top Gun out. And I was like, oh, really? Okay. So this is a Top Gun celebration shot. And then here's the verse shot, shows you obviously the A310, the A10. Close. The A10. I don't know if that's publicly known, but that aircraft is created by DC Designs. All right, then here, this sequence added. I think it just shows how low and fast can also be fun. So these ultralights racing, I think is going to be neat. We're doing quite a bit.
Yeah, and you can see again Azure in action, where it detects the roads, the hiking trails, the trees, places everything correctly. Everything is 3D and makes it look much better and realistic close to the ground. This is all 3D grounds. The rocks are placed by AI. You have the cacti, you have the bushes. Everything is 3D meshes and makes it a completely different experience than just a flat ground that we had before. This is the rainforest biome. Yeah. And here you can see seasons in action. Yeah, the sim features seasons. So every tree species, every grass species, every bush has similar support for seasons, and the fields and everything looks different depending on all the different seasons.
Yeah, by the way, the aircraft is called the Magni M24 Orion, and it's made by Blue Mesh. There will be 3 new ultralights in the base sim.
And so I think last year we showed a little bit of this. We wanted to show this inflation again, but in wireframe. So there's a video. Every little string you see here is physically simulated. Every surface has pressure, convection simulation, and it naturally inflates the balloon just like that. And it's easy to author because this physical mesh is mapped onto the art mesh by sort of a morphing, blending, just like facial animation, which makes it automatically animate a real mesh that can have the shape you want, as long as it's close to the balloon. But this is all physically simulated now. And the lighting, you can see it's slightly translucent tissue lighting through the tissue, through the balloon, and on the ground, realistic translucent tissue material. And this is the perfect shot to talk about cirrus, lighting layers. This would not be possible if we didn't have the different light colors depending on the altitude of the clouds. And you can see the cirrus layer clearly at the top this time.
Yeah, so basically we wanted to show off atmospherics, and what better plane to show it off in than the Osprey. Osprey, my God, I should really stop. The Optica. And the Optica, some of you guessed this, is actually the Optica from Got Friends, but improved. Go Got Friends.
Again, type of lighting where you have the ground layer, which is dark blue, and you can see behind it's all orange. This is only possible because of this new lighting engine on the sun and the atmospheric real simulation of the atmosphere. And so these are realistically, they're animated, they're simulated, it's a shader, it's not a mesh, it's really simulated aurora borealis, and they look amazing. On the right side, you can see the new scattering lighting, and it blends with the auroras, really looks awesome.
All right, the sky is calling. Answer the call, and we announced our date. So hopefully this was a little bit of fun, just breaking down the trailer for you guys. Now we go to the next section of this presentation. There's a bunch of chairs because we're bringing in a bunch of partners. So let's talk about partnerships. Thank you, Seb. So Flight Sim 2024, I have this new thing. I call it, it's made for the community with the community. And so development partners, we obviously have the 200 people at Asobo that we already talked about, but we have a large amount of other people that bring in their expertise. And so Asobo is the core, but we're adding people. And the first one you all know and love, working title. The team formed in 2020 out of the community. They had some excellent add-ons, freeware, and I remember calling them and say, hey, do you guys want to do this full time? But they were 5 then. Now they are 25 or 26. Isn't that a great team's picture? Yeah. All right, and we have a guest today. It's Rob, who will give you a little bit of insight what other things Working Title is working on. All right, Rob Jones. Maybe.
Thanks, Jörg, and hello, everyone. I'm really excited to be here at Fsexpo to share a little bit about some of the really cool things our team has been working on for Flight Sim 2024. For years, flight simmers have had to rely on tools outside the simulator, external to it, to plan their virtual flights, especially more complex flights. For our team of simmer developers, this presented a huge opportunity for innovation. And we are incredibly proud to tell you that with Flight Simulator 2024, that's all going to change. We are bringing a full-featured flight planning tool to Flight Simulator. Get ready for the 4-flight experience directly within the simulator. This new flight planner will be available across platforms, both inside and outside the sim, so you can pre-plan a flight on your browser, your tablet, or even on your phone. Or if you prefer, you can also build and monitor your plan inside the virtual cockpit. Not only can you plan your flight, you can also monitor progress in real time on the map, both inside and outside of the sim. So the flight planner includes a whole ton of features, but there are a few that we're really looking forward to. We're going to give you graphical and text-based route planning, fuel and payload planning, vertical profile planning, ETOPS planning, typical briefing information like weather, NOTAMs, and airport information, and VFR, of course. And VFR, of course, charts, including overlay charts. The map features VFR and IFR views, including procedure overlays and charts. We're also providing both VFR and IFR-focused nav logs and customizable OFPs. The flight planning tool will be available across platforms, including PC and Xbox, web browsers, and mobile devices, and I think you're going to love it. There we go. Yeah, finally, one more thing. It's desynced. Yeah. We know many of you saw the MFS 2024 trailer earlier this month, and that prompted some discussion about the avionics for the included aircraft. So we're excited to announce that one of the platforms we've built for Flight Simulator 2024 is the Primus Epic 2. This modern suite will be available not just in the PC-12NGX, but like all our other avionics systems, it'll also be available to developers via the avionics framework for third-party aircraft inclusion. So I want to thank Jorg and Seb for the opportunity to give me this, to share a little about some of the projects our team is working on for Flight Simulator 2024, and I can't wait to see you all there in November.
Thank you, Rob. All right, you already showed it a little bit. Climax. Who the hell is Climax? So Climax is a game studio founded in 1988. They were called Images Studios back in the day. And basically what happened was I looked at all the things we wanted to get done, and we didn't quite have enough people. So I asked Climax if they can help us. And I'd worked with them on, you know, I come from games, right? So I worked with them on Crackdown 3, I worked with them on Age of Empires 4, and they're really, really good. And so the CEO, I know him really well, Simon, and he had a team ready for us, and they will help us with things like Red Bull Air Racing and also Reno Air Racing. And as I went to Reno, so Reno in 2020, I have some regrets on that because I wanted Reno to be played as much as possible, and we put it up as a payware thing. Shouldn't have done that. And we're going to revert that. We're going to put the base Reno experience into the base of Flight Sim 2024. And then I know you know about Reno, so I have another partner announcement, and we have Tony. Tony's here. Aha, here's Tony.
Thank you, Jorg. Thank you all. I'm Tony Lagatetta, Chief Operating Officer for the Reno Air Racing Association. We put on the National Championship Air Races, most commonly referred to and known as, including within Microsoft Flight Simulator, as the Reno Air Races. Big button? There we go. One more? Oh, there it is. Sorry about that. So for anybody who doesn't know what we do, I'll do a very, very brief little history lesson here. We are 8 planes racing wingtip to wingtip around a closed course, a closed pylon course, 50 to 250 feet above the ground at speeds up to more than 500 miles an hour. NASCAR in the sky, but a lot faster, right? Plus Stoll Drag, which is a 2,000-foot down and back drag race in an airplane. For the last 60 years, we've been racing over in the skies above Reno, 1964 through 2023. About a year ago, we were informed that we were going to need to find a new home. So for the last year, we've spent most of our time figuring that out, and we recently announced about a month ago that Roswell, New Mexico will be the new home of the National Championship Air Races starting in 2025. So, with that news, and the reason we're all here, of course, I want to talk about our partnership with Microsoft, which started in 2020, and we released, I think in 21, right? Was when the pack finally came out? Yeah. Lots of work, wonderful partnership. The detail that they put in was amazing. It was way beyond anything we could have imagined. I'll stop talking about the future. But it's been an incredible partnership. He's been a pleasure to work with, and the response has been fantastic. So I am incredibly excited to announce right now that Microsoft Flight Simulator will be adding in the new race courses at Roswell to the upcoming release of Flight Simulator. What's really cool about it is it's actually coming out before the race happens. What that means is you all get to fly the course before our pilots get to fly the course. Thank you, Jorg. So I hope you all enjoy it. Thank you so much. We're really excited about it and can't wait to see what the future holds. Thanks, Jorg.
Awesome. All right. Wish list items. We read the wish lists. You know what wish list item 3 is? No? Replay functionality. Yes! Been on the wish list for a while. We always talked about, yeah, we're going to try this. And guess what? we found the right partner to get this done. And Fabio, come up here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Fabio Merlo, the developer behind the Flight Control Replay Recorder. It's a pleasure to be here in Vegas for Fsexpo 24, and thank you to Microsoft and Asobo to invited me. And my passion for flight simulation began in 1994. With the Flight Simulator 4.0. I've enjoyed every iteration of the Flight Simulator series, and thanks to this passion, I studied and I worked on software development industry. Flight Control Replay, I developed Flight Control Replay for review my flights, and initially was my personal project, and only after I released it to the community. Yeah, sorry. Go back, yeah. Okay. Today, I'm very excited to announce that the most important feature of the Flight Control Replay version 5 will be integrated in Flight Simulator 2024. Talking about features, will be inside the FCR embedded, will be record and replay feature. In that way, you can save, you can create your flight, save and replay it. There will be also, sorry, I needed to start the video one more time. Yeah, okay. We will have an instant replay feature also. This goes a step further, enabling you to quickly review critical moments like landings and takeoff without interrupting your session. You can, thank you. Thank you. You can replay the last minutes of your performance, available in any time. Control it easily via with the time slider, and you can, if you want, you can push on take plane control, take plane control button. In that way, you can sorry. Okay. In that way, you can take the control of your plane. Another feature is Ghost Plane. Ghost Plane is a feature that allows you to use a ghost, and a ghost plane will follow your flight path in real time, and in that way you can enjoy the ghost plane, and you can also customize this experience. Trying to configure the distance offset, the degrees angle offset, and the delay offset between the maneuvers that from the user plane and the ghost plane. Okay. Another feature will be Play AI that enable flight formation at another level in replay mode. So you can populate your skies with even more aircraft and with the different. It's a different way to replay because with this feature you can replay your flight path previously recorded with an AI plane. And last but not least, we are introducing also the FCR embedded fly-by camera only for recorded flights. Thank you for your continued support and for joining us today. And thank you to Microsoft and Azobo for this big opportunity for me and for the community. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Fabio. I asked him to come specifically for this over here from Italy, so I really appreciate that you did that. All right, so talked about some dev partners. Now let's talk about some world partners. We're in pursuit of the perfect digital twin, right? So we are doing a lot. So nobody will be surprised. You know about Gaia. They work on most of our world updates and our city updates. There are now over 100 people. I think it's 115, all working on Microsoft Flight Simulator dedicated with us. So all the PRIs that we've seen lately were from them. They also have, not so well known, they have a research team that I utilize quite a bit. They're doing the tin editing. So when you think that the tin cities got a lot better, it's because of them. And there's a lot of stuff that they're contributing to Flight Sim 2024. For example, so here is JFK 2020. And here it is in 2024. 2020. 24. Aspen, which I thought looked good in 2020. Here's Donegal in Ireland. So the ground markings are going to be dramatically improved. We'll have a separate Dev Q&A or something about this at some point. And then there's something that we haven't talked about at all yet, gliders. Sailplanes, I care a lot about sailplanes, I hope you do too. We are going out of our way to make the sailplane experience really great. This is just one sailplane base or hangar if you want. We're gonna have all of them. It's the first time we made a database, first time called literally every glider school on Earth and said, hey, what do you got? What gliders do you have? What winches do you have? And we are modeling them all. So here you see some of the winches. And it's going to be crazy good quality. Then you saw that one, oil rig, right? Flight Sim 2020 had a roll. But we're not just making one oil rig or two or three or that. Well, too far. We're making all oil rigs in the world. And then somebody said something about ships. I was like, ooh, I take that challenge. Somebody said, oh, those ships in the trailer don't look very good. True, those were the 2020 ships, but we're making 2024 ships. I just wanted to show you a little bit. So this is the quality you can expect. Fully decked out. You can obviously land on these things when they have a helipad. Here's an image of a trawler. And we're going to have a gigantic fleet of ships. And Gaia's doing a great job on all these. And we had help. You might know Global Ship AI Traffic, maybe. Been around for a long time. So again, this is partnering with the best. Let's embrace the community and the expertise that exists. So Henrik Nielsen launched Geist as freeware back in 2013 on FSX. Then it became freeware from then on. There's contributors out of 15 countries, and he helped us a lot with our selection of the fleet and how do we really break all this down. And hey, I have a picture of him right here. He couldn't make it today. The man is gainfully employed, right? So he's somewhere in South America, I think, right now. But he's been a great help to us. And we also get help from Kai. I don't know if you know Kai. He is in the Alpha India group, AIG. You might know them. He's been there since 2012. And he worked with Henrik on global AI ship traffic live. And I don't know if you followed it. That went away because the data provider was bought. And so I basically called them and said, hey, we're trying to do something similar. So we're feeding them the data. As I said earlier, it's a company called Spire. And these guys are helping us making the ship selection good and also making sure that the traffic feels right. So it's going to be great. Another partner which doesn't need any introduction, as a matter of fact, check out your lanyard, the name is right on there. Microsoft has been working with Orbix for a number of years. They obviously made World Update, I don't know if you know this, but World Update 7, Australia, 12, New Zealand, and 13, Oceania were made by them. They made 2 aircraft, the Fokker F7 and the Caribou. And then less known is they are the team that is doing our DEM collection and DEM editing. So when we do world updates, for example, the nice new terrain that we get is coming through the Orbex team, as well as work on the World Hub management. And then today we have Holger here, Holger Sandmann, to talk us through some maybe not so expected projects that they're also working on for Flight Sim 2024. Here it comes. Whee!
Hello, everyone. It's good to see that Orbix can draw a great crowd. Sorry. Oh, here we go. I am the head of the geospatial team at Orbix, and I've been with the company for about 15 years, in fact over 15 years, and during that time we have created and developed a large expertise in dealing with large geospatial databases and processing them and then transforming them into these regional and sometimes global projects that we've been creating for a long time now. And the reason I'm showing you this particular map, which is basically just your standard VFR map, is that it contains a type of spatial data that are very important to pilots, and those are vertical obstructions or obstacles. And as you may know, so they are contained in this map as symbols basically, but obviously they are in the landscape and pilots are trying to avoid them, but also use them as important navigational landmarks. So in Microsoft 2020, so in the current version of the sim, as you probably know, they are very poorly represented, I should say. And that is, so there are a handful of the largest antennae or towers, television towers, that have been modeled as individual POIs in world updates or in the core sim. But beyond that, it's basically not represented at all. In fact, if you fly at night, you've probably seen those red hovering lights, which are the obstruction lights for specific tall masts and antennae, but the models themselves don't exist. So during the day, you don't see anything there. And that means basically that there are thousands, in fact hundreds of thousands of these important objects missing. And so Georg and myself and our team discussed for quite a while ago, actually, this shortcoming, and it didn't take us very long to decide that we should do something about this. And so we started on a project that will encompass and include all of these vertical obstructions. And so that includes antennas, towers, cooling towers, and other similar objects, wind turbines, those kinds of things. Yeah. The clicker is, yep, slow. Yeah, possibly, of course. So this was about 18 months ago that we started on this project. So we've been into this for quite a while, and obviously when we started, we were also aware that there's already a project out there which is very popular. It's a freeware project called We Love VFR, which is done by, that's right. It's basically a husband and wife team from Poland, and they've been actually doing a similar kind of project or had a similar goal since the release of Microsoft 2020. So we reached out to them and asked them whether they wanted to join the project, and they were very excited to do that. And so we are partnering with Puff in Flight, which is the name of that company, and we'll together work on this obstacle database. And to give you an idea of the scope that's involved, thank you. So these are just a few of the data points, actually, of one of these obstructions. So these are, like I said, tall masts, antenna, and it's more than 500,000 individual objects across the globe, so a lot of them. And that obviously presents a number of large challenges as well. So first of all, there are obviously published databases for some of these obstructions, but they're often very inconsistent in terms of their quality, especially the kinds of data points or parameters that we require, which is basically an exact location, given that Microsoft Flight Simulator is orthophotography based, so you would actually see the footprint of the individual objects on the ground. So if it's 100 meters left or right or even further, then that is already not a very good outcome. And then the same thing is that even the basic parameters like height or type are often not really very accurate and correct. So the first challenge for us was to basically find all the available data and then sift through them in terms of quality, what we can retain, what has to be replaced, what has to be checked. And so this is basically a very large database-driven project. So we are not talking about creating individual models for each of these antennas, which is obviously not possible if you're talking about 500,000 or more objects, but rather we build a database, and for each of these points, each of these structures, which as many as parameters that describe the type, shape, height, color, the different types of lights. And then we have a library of models and objects, parts of objects, that will then basically assemble, pick the most relevant and similar object type and build basically these objects into scenery. Next slide, please. And so these are just more kind of similar slides that show the number of objects involved. And I do want to point out, even though that typically in these cases, most of the data points are in Europe and in North America and perhaps Oceania, we are striving to make this a truly global product, which means, or feature of the new simulator, I should say. And this means that we have actually paying attention to all the smaller countries and African, Asian countries everywhere. So we are striving to have a consistent global data set that then will build actually the antenna and other obstructions across the globe. Thank you. So we don't have any direct screenshots to show you yet, but we have just a few towards the end here, a couple of examples of before and after. So this is what it currently looks like. This is the power plant in the simulator, and then afterwards with the cooling towers and the chimneys and associated visual effects. And then this screenshot shows you the diversity of antennas. So we're not going to place the same object, as I mentioned, everywhere, but rather we have our database, and the database will actually inform what kind of objects we will place. And so even a grouping of antenna will represent the real world as closely as possible. So we do believe that this is a major step forward for flight simulation in general for us. But also, personal for me, I think it's fascinating that this is actually an example of how flight simulation drives the development of a database that doesn't even exist today for commercial aviation. So the consistency, the quality, the accuracy, that is our goal, and we hope to achieve that. And this will be incorporated in the core sim for both 2024 and 2020. All right, thank you very much. Enjoy the show.
Well, thank you, Holger. We're way over time, so I'm gonna, yeah. Hey, Evan, sorry, I don't know where you are. Aircraft partners. So we've announced a bunch, but we are striving to work with the best. And here's a new announcement for today. And we have another speaker. Raimund Kuhlmann is here.
Thank you, Jörg. Hi, guys. First of all, thank you to this awesome community. You're the best, really. It says Raymond Kuhlmann, I think. But you know me better as Scott Gravel, probably. And I'm coming here and show you a few cool things. Now, you've seen this wonderful aircraft. It is designed from scratch again, the Optica. Beautiful aircraft observation. You're gonna love it in VR. It's great. This is our team. Fresh photo. They're sitting over here. We all love you. You know that. This now, gliders. We love gliders. You know, Godfriends loves gliders. But we needed something more. We needed world-class avionics in modern gliders that really that can take your glide to the next level. Basically, you needed a flight computer that takes Microsoft Flight Simulator flight plans and converts them into popular gliding tasks that do live calculations to waypoints, give you arrival height, everything you use all the way to finish. So that opens the way for Xbox as well to finally use this. So we're getting a real good flight computer, the LX family. We roped in the support from Ian, also better known as B21. He's been doing this for a long time also. It's designed from scratch, wonderful flight computer, very capable, highly configurable. You have dark mode, light mode, and you can turn off all this data visualization that you see. You can configure it completely to have more data or more map visibility. It's really up to you, and that really will help your glide to plan everything better with all the thermals, everything. Super capable. It's too much to cover right now, but trust me, it's going to be wonderful. It's a suite, so it's not just the LX navigation computer. It is also an LX Vario, and not what you have now. This is going to be a very potent one. It's complete. It provides all the speeds that you expect. So it has netto, total, speed to fly, McCready. It has various pages. There's a wind speed page. There's as you can see here, artificial horizon page as well, settings. And because it's a suite, they work together. So if you set your metrics for one, it will be automatically the same in the other. So this is a lovely suite you will find in the gliders that are coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Aircraft announcement. You ready for it? I hear a lot of guessing online. Yeah, you don't want me to keep you waiting, is it? Okay. Here's one. Now, some of you may wonder, what is this thing? It's a wonderful glider. It's kind of a luxury glider. It is a side-by-side, self-launching glider that has a combustion engine, a Rotax 914. It is the STEMI S12. Hard to afford in the real world. This thing is very expensive, but who cares? We're here. We can all fly it now. So it's a beautiful machine. We went all out for realism. The solar panels you see are actually working, taking into account the position of the sun, the latitude you're at. So it really absorbs the right amount of solar power to help charge your systems if your engine is off. Wonderful detail, I think. It looks really good. Avionics, they will be here, the LX navigation suite as well. Very, very functional. Even the choke is working on it. So yeah, we went all out here. You're gonna love it. It glides really majestically, as you would expect. It's 25 meters. It will not be as nimble as a 15. The flap system is fully functional in a way that you would expect for gliders, because when you select a flap on a glider, it's a bit different from a normal aircraft. On a glider, a flap tends to settle you in a certain speed, and it does exactly that. So if you go for your full negative flaps, it tries to settle above 100 knots, and if you go down, it tries to go slow. So it is like your gears in a car, as it works in the real thing. It's beautiful. Very, very stable aircraft because it's so big. Back to you, York.
All right, another partner announcement. I just said inventor, and then I said, I'm just not going to say anything. The guy can talk for himself. Here we go.
Hello, welcome all you Microsoft Flight Simulator fans. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Mike Patey. I like to build wild, crazy flying machines, from backcountry bush planes that carry motorcycles to my legendary bush plane called Draco, which unfortunately I crashed, but I'm bringing it back bigger, better, more power. Over 1,000 horsepower jet engine turning propeller to fly and build the craziest bush plane ever made. That is now underway in my shop, but for those of you who love Flight Simulator, this aircraft is Draco X, the new, bigger, more improved backcountry radical bush plane. And with the modern technology we have today, you get to fly it on simulator while I build it in the shop. The technology allows us to put in that over 1,000 horsepower, the bigger wings, all the modifications I'm doing in real life, and you're gonna fly it first because Microsoft is paired with me to bring that to you early. So welcome to Draco X. Follow on my channel, MikePatey.com is my website, Mike Patey YouTube channel. Enjoy the build, fly the plane while I finish the bigger, badder, better Draco X. Love you guys, back to work.
And here it is. And who's making this thing? Yes. All right, and then we have one last thing. Oh, yeah, I wanted to say, so just to repeat, built for the community, with the community. I hope you saw that today. There's a Sobo, working title, and a whole bunch of other partners, and it's going to make the best them ever. So I'm very grateful for these partnerships. Here we are now. I think we added a few. I think we're now at 18 or something, so there's another 10 to come for the coming months. Fun is not over. Oh yeah. Here comes the one more thing. Something I'm very happy to announce. Now, close. Asobo's most complex plane ever made. Seb, come on. I'll click for you. Whoa. Hmm? You can have mine.
Yeah. So, have you guessed what it is?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh. So we can see a lot of detail on this airplane. Yeah.
It's awesome. Just say it.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah. So we'll be part Boeing 737 MAX 8 will be part of the base simulator. Yeah, 2024.
All righty, that was it. Thank you. I hope you had fun. I hope it was interesting. And I hope you feel like we do, that the best days for flight simulation are still ahead. The sky is calling. I'll see you all there.
I got mixed feelings about that whole thing. I mean, like, the first half of it was really just going over the commercial. But we did miss the first 15 minutes, so let's Let's go back and see if we can play that. Well, maybe like the first 20 minutes we kind of missed. Well, let me play it now, or do I need to go back and do it later? All right, I think we can do it.
2024. Jorg and Seb, would you please come up on the stage and join me? Thank you guys so much. I'm so happy you're back.
Click are very important. Hi, everybody. It's nice to see so many of us. Flight simming, soaring, love it. One thing I wanted to say, when Evan said this is going to be in Las Vegas, I said, man, we're going to have to get some different shirts. So please observe, white. White for the first time. All right, so hi y'all. I am Jorg, head of Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Hi, I'm Sebastian, CEO of Fsexpo Studio.
And so thank you so much for joining us today. It's only our second time we've ever been at Fsexpo. Last time was really fantastic, and we really couldn't wait to come back this year. And just to get into the mood and to celebrate the expo, we made, you might have seen it, we made a little city update yesterday, but we have a special version of it today. Just want to play that. You should have seen our audio director's face when I said, just do something that's like Frank Sinatra meets Celine Dion. And he's like, what? Anyways, that's how it came out. Okay. So here we are at the Rio in our wonderful photogrammetry. Hope you like it. So first thing I want to say, like I said last year, thank you for entrusting us with the hobby, and I really mean that. It's been almost 4 years now, and since we released Microsoft Flight Simulator in August 2020, that's how long it's been, and these have been really simply incredible years for us, so thank you for that. Yeah, for the last 48 months. And here's our journey, that we took together for 48 months. We said, hey, we're going to do monthly updates, and we did. 15 sim updates, 16 world updates, 8 city updates, Xbox, Reno, xCloud, Top Gun, Pelican, 40th anniversary edition, Dune. 48 updates, 48 months, and it's been great. We updated the sim several times, as you know. So we launched on PC first, then brought it out on Xbox. Then we celebrated the Game of the Year edition, where we had jets and things like that. And then we did the 40th anniversary edition just to celebrate the franchise, and added helicopters and gliders and a bunch of other things, including an A310. And then just recently, we added IndyBuild's A320. And I think that really raised the bar for what airliners are in the core sim. And it's been really fantastic. I have an announcement. Today, we have reached 15 million unique users. 15 million. 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 15 We think it's the highest number ever of any flight simulator in history, and that is really thanks to all of you. There's also an interesting stat, 1 billion flight sessions. I was like digging around, like how many flights have we had? 1 billion. Happened like a week ago. I'm like, wow, I need to share that. 230 million just the last 6 months. Incredible. It's overwhelming, it's humbling. So again, thank you. I want to say something about creators, because the creator community has now created nearly 5,000 add-ons. I did the math. Not so hard. 3.5 add-ons per day for 48 months. And it is, so it's 400 aircraft, 2,200 airports, 1,100 scenery, 400 missions, et cetera, et cetera. It's incredible. And I get up in the morning, literally every morning, and the very first thing I do is go on Facebook pages, watch some streamers, and learn about the new things that are coming out. And we had a little fun with this. Somebody from the team did this. So this is how this started. It's like, okay, look at that. Yeah. Holy shit. Unbelievable, just amazing. Then with the community, I think of this as a love story in the making. The passion of you is what fuels us, no question. Here are some of the people that make content creators just fantastic. The way you bring content to us, the way you humanize the hobby, you make it fun, it's exciting, it's interesting stories, and it wouldn't be half as fun without you. Here's our community team, just to say hello. Here's kind of what we do. We go to fly-in events. We have fly-in events every week. Some of you obviously join these. We have developer streams where we show up so often. We go to Reno. So we have a connection to the real world that we really cherish and treasure, and I think it's important. So we went to the Reno Air Races for the last few years. We do things with Alaska Airlines a lot, which is sort of their program where they bring in kids just to make sure that the future of aviators are coming through Microsoft Flight Simulator. We go to Gamescom. We have an event there. Some of you are there sometimes. We go to Oshkosh. This year not. Too close to launch. But next year we'll be there again. And then we have great partners. I mean, just look at them. They really make a difference. They bring us to different people, different places, and it's really appreciated. All right. I wanted to say something about 2020 Sustain, because this was a topic. And so we just looked at the 48 months that are past. Our plans are, when I look at my little status report, we call it, it goes to 2028, and it includes flights in 2020. And so the things that I see on that, just sharing this, City Update 18, World Update 38, Local Legends 49, Famous Flyer 22, Sim Update 24. So, yeah. It's not bingo, but this is our plan for updating. So we're going to keep updating. It's nearly every month. It's not exactly every month anymore, but it's nearly every month we're going to have something for flights in 2020. Just wanted to say that. And now let's talk about 2024, which is probably why you're here. Yes. So I said a few times, this is a massively huge, ambitious product. It is by far the biggest, most complex flight simulator ever undertaken. I wanted to share teams, and here's some united and excited still, very much so. So this is our team just today. It's not all of us. This is the Microsoft team. We have about 50 people. We have white shirts. Seb was there, so not just Microsoft people.
Oh, this is the team photo taken this week in Bordeaux at Fsexpo. So amazing team doing awesome work, working very, very hard to bring you this next version of this
200 people, 200.
Yeah.
Yes, keeps growing. And here's our partners. So there are quite a few on this slide. I want to say that Flight Simulator 2024 is made with 25 teams. When you look at this slide, you will see 13 dev teams and art teams and 2 partner teams. So that makes 15. Simple math, 10 are missing. We're going to announce a few of them today, and a few of them are still coming over the next few months. It's an interesting noise. And then Dustin from the team was nice enough, he made a world map. So we have 800 people working on the sim right at this moment, and we just wanted to show you a little bit where they are. It's interesting. So thank you for all of you creators that help us. It's really fantastic. Well, so it's all continents except Antarctica. I was like, huh, damn, got to find somebody. And then there's the Microsoft Teams, Bing Maps, Azure, Cognitive Services, PlayFab, things that don't say that much to you, but I'm serious, this sim wouldn't exist without them. It is critically important, and it's really great that we leverage Microsoft's tech stack, because we get all that for free. So then on 2024, so far we've been super quiet. Well, we showed this trailer, you know, people, like, we showed it at a game show called Xbox Showcase, and we talked about this last year. It was very, you know, gamey. It looked like missions and things and nothing else. We then went to the expo to explain it a little bit more. We gave a keynote, and in the keynote we said, hey, look, this is exactly what Flight Simulator 2020 is, plus a ton more. So we didn't take anything away. All we did is add. And Seb showed some cool tech, I showed some content, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we really walked out of there feeling like, you got us. Yeah? So good, that was great. And so since then we've kept quiet, and frankly, there was a ton of work. So we just focused on making the sim. And just 2 weeks ago, we returned to that Xbox Showcase, showed trailer number 2, and I totally realized, some of you probably said, oh, York, geez, you go back to this game show, what is up with that? I just want to explain this one more time. These shows are watched by tens of millions of people. It is kind of an honor to be there as a flight sim, because we're sitting there against these ginormous games that have tens of millions of users, right? So it's good for us as a hobby to have other people look at us and get interested, and that really has happened, and that is partially why our hobby has grown so much in these last few years. So, but we're here today again to break down the trailer. We talked a little bit about what we're doing, because we didn't want to repeat what we said last year, like kind of high level, what is the sim? So we thought it might be fun. We watched your breakdowns. That was always great. We said, look at all that. Said, why don't we do that and give them a little bit of feedback and just actually what's really going on behind the scenes. So let's go through that. Hopefully it's going to be some fun. So on the surface, it looks kind of similar to the first trailer, which makes sense because it's
It might have gotten stuck because, let me see if it's on demand. Give me a second here. Let's pause that. Let's do that. Yeah, let me go back a screen. I guess we can't play it from the live bit anymore. Let's go back one more time. One more again. Where do we stop at? 115, 114. Skills for home flight pilots. Well, we could watch that. Let's put that on. You can always go back and watch. Oh, it hasn't started yet. All right, well, let's go back and watch. Let's see what we got on demand here for today. All right, so live is... Wait, but that hasn't started yet. Oh yeah, that's coming up in a few hours. Are we really 4 hours behind? I guess we are 4 hours behind Vegas. I thought we were 3. You're right, Quint. All right, let's see here. Saturday. Clear live. There we go. All right. Development, helicopter flight dynamics. Are we doing this right? A tour of RNAV and RNP mastery. That's probably good. I do a lot of RNAV and RNP stuff. This one I almost fell asleep at. Now let's go back and let's finish the Microsoft one, and then maybe we'll do the RNAV one, I guess. Or maybe by the time we're done this, maybe the home pilot one will be on, since pretty much all of us are home pilots here. All right, so guess we'll start. Yeah, we can start right there. I remember that part.
Airports, 1,100 scenery, 400 missions, et cetera, et cetera. It's incredible. And I get up in the morning, literally every morning, and the very first thing I do is go on Facebook pages, watch some streamers, and learn about the new things that are coming out. And we had a little fun with this. Somebody from the team did this. So this is how this started. It's like, okay, look at that. Yeah. Holy shit. Unbelievable, just amazing. Then with the community, I think of this as a love story in the making. The passion of you is what fuels us, no question. Here are some of the people that make content creators just fantastic. The way you bring content to us, the way you humanize the hobby, you make it fun, it's exciting, it's interesting stories, and it wouldn't be half as fun without you. Here's our community team, just to say hello. Here's kind of what we do. We go to fly-in events. We have fly-in events every week. Some of you obviously join these. We have developer streams where we show up so often. We go to Reno. So we have a connection to the real world that we really cherish and treasure, and I think it's important. So we went to the Reno Air Races for the last few years. We do things with Alaska Airlines a lot, which is sort of their program where they bring in kids just to make sure that the future of aviators are coming through Microsoft Flight Simulator. We go to Gamescom. We have an event there. Some of you are there sometimes. We go to Oshkosh this year, not too close to launch, but next year we'll be there again. And then we have great partners. I mean, just look at them. They really make a difference. They bring us to different people, different places, and it's really appreciated. All right. I wanted to say something about 2020 sustain, because this was a topic. And so we just looked at the 48 months that are past. Our plans are, when I look at my little status report, we call it, it goes to 2028, and it includes flights in 2020. And so the things that I see on that, just sharing this, City Update 18, World Update 38, Local Legends 49, Famous Flyer 22, Sim Update 24. So, yeah, it's not bingo, but this is our plan for updating. So we're gonna keep updating. It's nearly every month. It's not exactly every month anymore, but it's nearly every month we're gonna have something for flights in 2020. Just wanted to say that. And now let's talk about 2024, which is probably why you're here. Yes. So I said a few times, this is a massively huge, ambitious product. It is by far the biggest, most complex flight simulator ever undertaken. I wanted to share teams, and here's some united and excited still, very much so. So this is our team just today. It's not all of us. This is the Microsoft team. We have about 50 people. We have white shirts. Seb was there, so not just Microsoft people.
Oh, this is the team photo taken this week in Bordeaux at Fsexpo. So amazing team doing awesome work, working very, very hard to bring you this next version of this
200 people, 200.
Yeah.
Yes, keeps growing. And here's our partners. So there are quite a few on this slide. I want to say that Flight Simulator 2024 is made with 25 teams. When you look at this slide, you will see 13 dev teams and art teams and 2 partner teams. So that makes 15. Simple math, 10 are missing. We're going to announce a few of them today, and a few of them are still coming over the next few months. It's an interesting noise. And then Dustin from the team was nice enough, he made a world map. So we have 800 people working on the sim right at this moment, and we just wanted to show you a little bit where they are. It's interesting. So thank you for all of you creators that help us. It's really fantastic. Well, so it's all it's all continents except Antarctica. I was like, damn, gotta find somebody. And then there's the Microsoft teams, Bing Maps, Azure, Cognitive Services, PlayFab, things that don't say that much to you, but I'm serious, this sim wouldn't exist without them. It is critically important, and it's really great that we leverage Microsoft's tech stack, because we get all that for free. So then on 2024, so far we've been super quiet, right? We showed this trailer, you know, people, like, we showed it at a game show called Xbox Showcase, and we talked about this last year. It was very, gamey. It looked like missions and things and nothing else. We then went to the expo to explain it a little bit more. We gave a keynote, and in the keynote we said, hey, look, this is exactly what Flight Simulator 2020 is, plus a ton more. So we didn't take anything away. All we did is add. And Seb showed some cool tech, I showed some content, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we really walked out of there feeling like, you got us. Yeah? So good, that was great. And so since then we've kept quiet, and frankly, there was a ton of work. So we just focused on making the sim. And just 2 weeks ago, we returned to that Xbox showcase, showed trailer number 2, and I totally realized, some of you probably said, oh, York, geez, you go back to this game show, what is up with that? I just want to explain this one more time. These shows are watched by tens of millions of people. It is kind of an honor to be there as a flight sim, because we're sitting there against these ginormous games that have tens of millions of users, right? So it's good for us as a hobby to have other people look at us and get interested. And that really has happened, and that is partially why our hobby has grown so much in these last few years. So, but we're here today again to break down the trailer. We talked a little bit about what we're doing, because we didn't want to repeat what we said last year, like kind of high level, what is the sim? So we thought it might be fun. We watched your breakdowns. That was always great. We said, look at all that. So why don't we do that and give them a little bit of feedback and just actually what's really going on behind the scenes. So let's go through that. Hopefully it's going to be some fun. So on the surface, it looks kind of similar to the first trailer, which makes sense because it's the same product. But to the beginning, very much activity-based. The second part, actually not at all. We sort of divorced ourselves from that. And then the beginning was something completely different, which I called sort of the James Bond intro, you know, action stuff. So I call that creatively the intro. The interesting thing about these trailers is, so we spent, I don't know, 3-4 months on these, and it's quite a bit of work. But what's interesting about it is it focuses us too. So the first step is we want to say things. Like if you remember the first time we showed a 2020 trailer, it was these, you know, long shots of Chicago and like faraway cities, and we said, well, people had not seen that before. In this case, we wanted to show the natural environments are something that people have never seen before. Not on this scale, certainly not on this level of detail. And because we're making a real-world product, we can take real-world photographs as our guide. So took a famous photograph from Monument Valley over here, and then we put it in the sim. Voila. And it looks pretty damn close. Like we didn't do a whole lot. Seb, you might want to talk about the augmentation.
Yeah, so this area is photogrammetry, but what we do is we now have the ground, which is all 3D instead of like it used to be 2D with the texture. So the ground is now all 3D. There's a lot of different 3D materials, the grass, the rocks, and the trees. Everything is now 3D as opposed to 2D as it was before, and everything is procedurally generated on top of the existing world data.
Yeah, so photogrammetry, you might remember last year we showed the Grand Canyon, looked cool. This is the same tech. This comes from a partner from Microsoft called Bexel Imagery, something like that. And they have special cameras with which they fly and make these things possible. This was not possible just a few years back, actually, at this scale. And then this was the second shot. Again, kind of like the same idea. Let's show the breadth and the width. One of the things I thought I wanted to show you, just sort of bloopers. That second shot was this once, like, you know, I was like, hey, we need to show the living world. Let's make some Mustangs and have Mustangs run around. Well, it turned out to be a huge amount of Mustangs. It started to look like Red Dead Redemption. I'm like, no, let's go back. This is more airplane related, you know. Let's keep up there. Anyways, so then there's this shot, which made me really happy. Red Bull was something we tried to get into Flight Sim 2020. And it didn't happen, contract stuff, but it happens this time. And I'm super happy that works. There's going to be 2 planes, the MXRS, the Zivco Edge 540 version 2 and 3. And those planes are made by Builds. Excellent partner. And Seb?
Yeah, another interesting detail here is the cones that you actually see here. So we have a new physics engine that does tissue and inflatable stuff simulation. And so the cones here are inflated and simulated completely, and you can fly through and they rip apart into pieces and then they inflate again and all sorts of stuff.
Just like it should be, yeah. This is just our process, right? This was a cool picture from Red Bull. We tried to get this right just to show, hey, there's different liveries, different planes. Same with this. This was sort of the outro shot. And this is the real world shot from Red Bull, where we tried to get as close as we could. I think we did okay. Okay, so then came the second sequence, which I call sort of the core simmer one that we didn't do in 2023. So that was about airports and airliners, because we had kind of omitted that, honestly, in the first trailer. So here we have obviously JFK. You guys picked that up right away. And people noticed the right things. You know, hey, there's liveries. There's lots of plane models that are interesting. And the airport obviously looks a lot more realistic than it does. So I would say this was the inspiration for this. So just a busy airport, lots of ground stuff going on the ground. There's lots of ground services, obviously airplanes, good-looking sky. And I think we got pretty close. This is what's possible now with the SDK. That is what makes me really happy. This is a moderate amount of work. We took the JFK that we had in 2020 and just upgraded it. Gaia's doing this on their side. And the improvements, I think, are quite dramatic. And you will see a little bit more of this here in the next few slides. All right, here we go. So people said last year, commercial flight, anyone? You know, why is a commercial flight? Of course it's there. So this time we showed commercial flight. That's one of the big pilot careers. The A330, you guys figured it out almost immediately after like 20 seconds. This is also from Indie Builds. I just wanted to say we're making the A330-200, 300, and the GE and the RR engines.
So I think I've watched a lot of video analysis of the trailer, a lot of speculation on every shot where there is a character walking. Yes, we can now get out of aircrafts, work around aircrafts, and just open the door and go out. And the most important is you have the pre-flight checklist is now also outside. So you can remove the covers and... Yeah. But that's very interesting.
We've never shown the pre-flight checklist. Oh yeah, announcement, pre-flight checklist. Yeah, keep going.
And so there's also a lot of hidden features in here on this image. For example, the rendering and lighting engine has been completely reworked. Some people may have noticed on some of the 2020 airport images, the aircraft sometimes they're a little bit green from the bottom. Sometimes the colors are not completely exact. So that was the sort of indirect lighting in the world wasn't perfect, and we redid this, and you can see it's now perfect. The bottom is gray, and it makes the whole scene a lot more realistic. Yeah.
All right, video.
So last year we showed a very quick video about how we can now make much more accurate surfaces. So the aerodynamics is simulated with little surfaces that catch the airflow. And in 2020 there's just a fixed number, and you can't really change. You can just change the scale of it. And in 2024 there's a new system which allows you to just create pretty much anything. And you can see here it has the engines, the fuselage, a lot more detail. You can choose the detail, and it's extremely easy to use. It's optional. You can just add it to the file at the end, and it took us just 1 hour to upgrade this aircraft to the new system. So it's very easy to use.
Yes, you aircraft makers, 1 hour. It's cool. All right, so here we're just showing off ridiculous amounts of detail. Lots of detail. You have something here, right?
So the little tissue things here are also physically simulated. You can configure length and size, and so not the one on the engine, but the little floaty ones. The one on the engine are not moving in the wind anymore. But the remove before flight thing here, you see the pitot flags, physically simulated if you want to add that.
Yes. How about this?
A lot of hidden detail in this shot. So maybe technical specialists have noticed something. The shadows don't have any edges, and the shadow of the button is much sharper than the one of the window. So this is all ray tracing here now, and it's super accurate.
Yeah, and here one of the goals for airports was to make them not only prettier but also more alive. And so we have now people walking on walkways. They can also walk inside the airports, and that's completely controllable by you guys if you make airports. So a lot more activity. And here you see one of our character models. It was kind of interesting, you know. Obviously, Flight Sim represents the whole planet, and we introduce characters. So that was honestly, we took that very seriously. We need to represent humankind right. We'll talk about this more at some point. We just see it here. We have made a huge amount of character models clothing that's appropriate for different regions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We went way, way, way deep. We worked with one of the best companies in the industry. They're called Humane from the UK. They scan the faces of hundreds of actors and things. So it's going to be something we'll add more detail as we go. We can spend all day here right now talking about this, but it's too much.
And again, you can see the super sharp shadows, which are ray traced here as well.
A little bit far, okay.
That's me. So on this shot, some analysts, some people have noticed that some of the instruments don't move, or maybe none. So this is very simply work in progress aircraft. Of course, everything is simulated, animated, but when you go into the replay system, some people saw that, it just didn't expose all the variables yet, so that's going to be obviously moving and animated as it should.
All right, and this one, if you remember the 2020 trailer, this was just a homage. We had a takeoff in San Francisco. This was a takeoff in New York. And here we go. This was a little bit of controversy. I don't think it's answered yet. So this Diamond PC-12 NGX is made by Coronado, not the one that's currently in the marketplace. All right. Monsieur.
So we said that on the previous shot we said that everything was in 3D now, and how is that working? So it's Azure AI again. We use Azure again a lot more this time to know on every image, every area of the planet, the whole planet, is something: stone, rock, sand, grass. What basically is it? And then it assigns the right material and procedurally generates it. And we have close to 30 different biomes for the plants. And so you can see in the distance here, that's an Australian biome, which has the Australian plants and everything, and that's also automatically generated procedurally over the entire planet.
And that's Australian people, and that's Australian cars, and that's Australian everything. So we went way in to make it authentic. The next one is interesting.
Yeah, this is the same location, but in 2020. So you can see the difference. It feels like a flat field, and the vegetation clearly is just all panels, right? Rod shapes, imposters. It's all 3D now, and especially the ground, the stones in the when you look close up, are all in 3D generated mesh.
Yeah, this one was a new game mode. Honestly, it wasn't really planned, but it was so much fun that we said, we got to do this. So aerial advertising is in.
Yeah, so important thing here in the video, you see the plane catching the rope. So the rope is actually suspended in the air, and the physics, the rope really impacts the airplane, which impacts the rope. So when you catch it, because the pole is down, you really feel the little pitch down moment. You need to pitch up, full gas, and it's completely realistic, simulated the whole rope physics as well. And here you can see the tissue of the banner, I think it's plastic, unfolding completely as it should, pulled by the plane. And actually to get the banner right, we had to set exactly the same mass. You know, there's a little bit of weight at the bottom, the upper rope is a little shorter. It's simulated exactly like the real one, and it flaps in the wind exactly like the real banner in the real world advertisement.
Yeah, and then some people noticed the water. Yep, water looks better. That is just due to the lighting system. We didn't do anything else really to make that different. The photogrammetry is the same that we have in 2020.
All right, let's it's not really that much more to watch from today. Let's I want to see that RNAV thing. And then we got about 15 minutes until that other presentation starts. I'm wondering if we should just wait. Come on, computer. Go on, computer, don't be a bitch. This old man laptop I got, this thing is grumpy sometimes. Thank you. All right, let's see when this one starts in 15 minutes, I think. Yeah, AI in home flight simulation. Oh, that's Sunday. Oh, that'll be good. AI in home flight. What's yeah, that starts. So there's one more for today. Flight controls. Let's see here. I don't think it started yet. Man, fuck their schedule, yo. For real. It said 4:15, and it's been on for almost 20 minutes. It's 8 o'clock here. There's no way. Whatever. All right.
You can set your attitude. And can you imagine holding your thumb on that little tiny thumb thing and trying to hold 70 knots on a climb?
Yeah, I
at
do that all the
500
time.
feet per minute. I mean, this is the sort of thing a CFI might ask you to do.
Come at me,
Hold
bro.
a
I
climb
do it
at
all the
70
time.
knots at 500 feet per minute, and you're there going, I can't. My thumb just can't do that, not consistently. So it's got a trim wheel, and you trim it. You do the same exact thing you do in a real cockpit, although that doesn't feel real, but at least you can still do the skill, right? So I just wanted to mention that, and that's all the hardware I'm going to show you today. But there's plenty more hardware out there that you can take a look at, and all of that stuff is some of it's very expensive, but man, they got some good hardware there, don't they? So let's just take a look now at the actual curriculum, you guys. We're going to, the focus of why we're here. So real world flight training. The whole curriculum of it, every pilot starts out with this, right? They start out with this real world training of, here's your curriculum. It's going to take you 45 hours or so, which I'm going to talk about. And it's going to take you this much money, hopefully. And I'll tell you a secret that a lot of people don't tell you from the flight schools is that it's going to cost you more than that. And it's going to take more time than that. Very few people finish their pilot's license in the recommended hours. Those are the minimums. You've got to have that many hours or you just don't get your license. And that's got to be in your logbook. Most student pilots go to 60 hours, and I know some that went to 75 before they finally got their license. That's a lot of money, a lot of time. So, they have the minimums, and that's what we're going to talk about here, right? So they have to get their private pilot license first. No matter what you're going to fly, you've got to have your private pilot license first. That's the first ticket or the first certification. Some of us stay there. Some of us don't go and get our instrument rating. Some of us don't go to commercial and start making money with flying. Some of us fly for recreation like I did. And so that's what you want to take a look at is you need this. Everybody needs this or you can't get into an airplane. So that's what I'm going to look at, right? So depending on your country, generally you need 45 hours of dual and solo. And what dual and solo means is you go with an instructor for the first 10 or 15 or so until they see that you have full confidence in talking on the radio, managing the plane in all phases of flight, takeoffs and landings, all the curriculum really. They see that you're confident and you can do all that. Your solo flight is actually one circuit around the airport without the instructor. It's a milestone for pilots and student pilots to get to their solo. Once they have their solo, an instructor can say to them, when they show up for their lesson, the instructor can say, here's the briefing for today. You're going solo. Go out to the practice area and practice what we've been practicing alone. That's how it works. And then you will go out and practice some of those skills and keep doing it and keep doing it. You'll come back and an instructor will say, okay, today's a dual. I'm going out with you. We're going to do something new. That's how it works, you guys. And when it's a dual, it costs you more because you got to pay for the instructor by the hour. And this is real life stuff I wanted you to know about. But you need the minimum 45 hours of that before you can even be recommended to go for your flight test. That's a good thing to know. But it adds up quickly, and most people go over that. As an aside, I want to mention that I was lucky. I'm saying lucky, although instructors said that I was talented, I'm skillful. Excuse me. They came up with all these words. It was luck. It was luck because I took the lesson of the day, exactly what it was, and it could have been just straight and level, keeping the same altitude, keeping the same direction. It could have been controlling the plane, trimming it. That's the lesson. I don't know how to land yet. And I would go back home, and I'd do the same exact airport, same exact runway, same exact airplane. And I would do the same skill again and again and again. And I would go back to the flight school the next time, and we would go up dual, and he would say, okay, show me what we did last time, and boom, I nailed it. And it's not because I was better than anybody else, it's because I practiced at home in my flight simulator. But I practiced the exact skill that was at the moment. The savings isn't evident right away. I didn't sit there going, gee, I just saved like $50. You might think of that, but you never really know the number until you finish and get your license. And when I talk to people who were in the same ground school that I was in when I first started, You get to network with these fellow student pilots. We're all fresh, we're all new. By the time they got done, they were into the 60 and 75 hours. By the time they got done, they were in for $20,000 to $30,000. I did my training in a third of the time. I mean, the third of the cost, I should say. The time had to still be the 45. I had to wait till the 45 to go do my flight test, and I nailed it. But all because I practiced and practiced and practiced. The sim isn't exactly the same. You're not going to get the same sensations. You're not going to get the same fear for your life that you get in an airplane if something goes wrong, right? But you can still practice a lot of those routine things that we learn without burning gas by the hour, right? And so a lot of you know that already, but I'm proof of that way back in the 90s. And that's the reason flight schools came to me and said, how'd you do it? And I helped them to do it too. And I helped other CFIs who wanted help. Some didn't want help. I don't need a sim pilot teaching me how to teach. You know? So I had that roadblock too. All right, so it's good to know that. So we also need 45 hours of ground school. And what ground school is a lot of the theory. It's all of the theory. And we get books to read and study. And we got tests to write. And we got to get a radio license and learn how to do the talking on the radio and the right phraseology. And there's so much to learn. And ground school can be kind of dry. You know, almost like teaching IT, you know, I mean, I know what that's like, right? But ground school can be dry, but you know, we need that knowledge. The meteorology, we're gonna fly in the weather. Can we fly in that weather? Are we allowed to fly in that weather? What's the weather gonna be like? We gotta know everything. We gotta know what kinds of clouds. We gotta know everything about, can we allowed like legally to fly through that stuff? Or, you know, there's stuff we need to know. Theory of flight we start with, just understanding how that plane actually flies. I mean, everything. The engines that we have in our airplanes, we actually have to know something about them in case they conk out or something goes wrong. So there's a lot of information which we're not going to get through today. In my video lessons, I give them a bit of information from a ground school, and then we get into the skill, and then we finish. And I'm trying to keep them into smaller lessons. And so I do give them some ground school without them having to take the long, boring ground school. But in real life, you need the 45 hours. You need someone to sign off on your attendance that you actually attended 45 hours of instruction. And then there's a final flight test, and then there's a final written exam. The flight test is, it's really something that will make you very nervous, because like any test, you've got an examiner there with a notepad, and they're very quiet. They're not there now to teach you or correct you. They're there to assess you. And they're right there in the front seat beside you, shoulder to shoulder. These planes are not big. And they've got their notepad out, and they've got it tilted just enough so you don't see what they're writing. And they're scribbling. And they're looking over, and I think they practice this, you know, it's like, and you get nervous. It's like, yeah, I don't think I did so well, you know. You come in, you land, you grease it, you put it away, you do everything right. It's like, I'm sure I didn't pass. And they just turn to you and go, brilliant. Okay, which part? All of it. Oh, wow. You're just shocked, right? But, you know, this is something we all have to go through. And then that's not the end of it. That's the start of it. Now we have a license to fly. And we're green, as they call it. We're still dangerous. And so we can ask at any time for an instructor to come with us. You know, I mean, that's the proper way to do it. Now, here in the sim, can you imagine calling an instructor saying, come on over to my house, I want you to fly with me this time because I'm not sure if I'm gonna kill myself? You go, Howard, it's a sim. You know, so they have to remind you that you can't kill yourself in the sim. But you know, this is the thing we can do, and we are solo, right? We're solo from day one. We don't have a person sitting there helping us through this. So you need some kind of guidance, like video courses. Some of you will do YouTube to find answers for that. Some of you will watch a streamer who does that well. These are the resources we'll use to learn to fly here in the sim. But you know, we don't have to count all our hours. We don't have to wait till we're at 45 hours and somebody magically gives us a pilot's license. It doesn't happen, you guys. It's not going to happen. So, but that's how it happens in real life. And that's what you have to do to get your license. Okay, so to do all of that, to be able to practice that at home, you've got to get a computer that can manage the graphics at least to the point where it's smooth. That's all we care about. We don't care about FPS and go get this kind of brand of graphics card and make sure your PC does this and get the best hardware. I see people going out and spending $5,000 and $6,000 and $7,000 to set up their sim just because Johnny's turning 16 and he wants to fly. You know, and then they find out they have no interest whatsoever. Now they got to turn around and sell it. But my point is, an Xbox S or X, and I'm not saying that just because Microsoft was on the stage before me, but I'm saying the Microsoft X or S, there are literally millions of flyers in Microsoft Flight Simulator using that And they're even flying airliners, which is the most complex thing to do. That's hard on those systems. But they're learning all these basic things. This 172 you see in this picture, every picture I'm using here is from the simulator. And this is the common plane that I'll use to help others train in. And that's the plane that I graduated to after I finished my pilot's license. I went from the little tiny 150 into a 172 that holds 4 people. And it's cheap enough to rent by the hour and take friends golfing or take friends somewhere. A lot of fun. But the whole idea is at least get smooth graphics. And there are low settings in the sim, and at least you can still see the landmarks, because we always have to look out the window for flight training. Flight training is not by instruments. We learn to look at the instruments, we learn to scan them for a split second, just like you do in a car. You glance at your dashboard, you can see what speed you're going. At some point, you may glance and see how your gas tank is doing, but you glance. In flying, in learning to fly, it's out the window all the time. You're scanning for traffic, you're looking for your attitude. When you're actually turning, you're looking out the window. How does that look like when you're 30 degrees? How does that look like in a steep turn? Now do that consistently. Let's do it again. And that's what you're doing out the window. You're not even looking at the instrument and going, I'm exactly 32 degrees, I'm pretty close. We don't do that. And that's instrument flying. You're going to do instruments for sure. And eventually you might want to fly with just instruments. That's a whole new rating. And that's a rating where you have to rely on them and cross-check and make sure that if that instrument isn't telling you the right thing, then how else can I get that information? That's scary stuff. You're flying through complete fog with no reference to the ground or any other plane, and you got to rely on those instruments. That's the next step you would do after you get good with VFR out the window, with visual flying. So visual flying is what we do. And as a fact, in our Twitch stream, we get together, we go fly, and we stay low. We don't climb to 20,000 feet and set the autopilot. We climb to 2,000 feet and hope we clear the mountain. Or we see some antenna on the ground and like, oh, we got to fly at least 1,500 or we're going to hit something, you know? And we can still see the ground, we can still see the rivers, we can still see the canyons. We have a ball. And that's VFR flying. This is why I became a pilot, so I can explore and I can just travel somewhere close by. I'm not going long distance and paying rentals for that. So that's something to think about. That's what you're learning in your first your certification for private pilot. You're learning out the window, visual flight rules, VFR. All right, the training airplane, I mentioned them already, so we don't have to dwell too much on it, but you can see here, this is a plane from your local flying school. So my suggestion is, even if you're not going to take real flying lessons from a real flying school, like physical, go to the school thing, find out what planes they use. Well, I'm going to help you with that. I'll give you a list right now. And that's the plane that you should be trying and learning your lessons on in your home. That's the plane you should be practicing with in your home. Don't go practice with a 737. I'm going to go learn to fly on a 737. You know, that's not realistic. Nobody does that in real life. You can't. So what kind of planes would they learn to fly on? And we're going to go take a look at that. Let's pick the same plane that they'd have in your local flying school. So the common ones that are there, the Cessna 152. Now, I learned on a 150, there's still lots of those around. 152 is similar in engine and specifications. We have that in the sim. Everything I'm showing you here, we have in the sim here, Microsoft Flight Simulator. The Cessna 172 is the most common in flight schools. As we're reminded in our sim, it says sometimes on the splash screen, over 40,000 of them were made. Well, it's the highest production airplane in the world, and it's still being made. And the oldest one that I've flown that I rented was from 1956, which makes it about, I just calculated it the other day for my Twitch stream, it was something like 58 years ago. I flew a plane that was made 58 years ago. Now, the plastic inside the plane was rattling when I landed, and my passenger wasn't very comforted by that. Are we gonna die? No, it's just it's old. It's just an old plane, but it's good. And so, you know, that's what can happen. That 172 is so good and so well made as a trainer forgiving plane for students that it is the plane of choice, and it's good for operators for cost. But there are other planes, and the more modern schools, or the schools that can afford it, will move up into the glass cockpits. The Diamond series have the glass cockpits. They got the G1000s, and they're gorgeous, and they got a stick, and they're made of fiberglass or composites, and oh man, it's such a dream to fly. And I remember sitting in one of the first ones that were ever made and going, whoa, what's a G1000? Now I teach lessons on it, so. But that's a beautiful plane. The Diamond also makes the DA-40, which is the equivalent of the 172. I mean, it's got single engine, non-high performance, seats 4 people, you know, that kind of plane. And that's what you learn on also. Just looks different inside. You still got to learn all the same skills. And then the low-wing airplanes like this, well, the Diamonds were the low too, but the Piper PA-28, these have been around for forever. The Cherokee and the Archer, you'd hear about people talking about learning on these planes. And they're still at the schools too. They keep them all up. The maintenance schedules are pretty rigorous. And finally, which we just saw out here, I think, Andrew, I think it was the Cirrus 22 that we just saw, the SR-22 out here. There's a setup like that at the Real Sim Gear booth. It's like, ooh, that's sweet. And that's becoming a very common training plane now in the modern flight schools that have upgraded their planes. So if that's what the local school has, if that's what you're going to fly in for your discovery flight or your training, why not fly in that in the sim? And then you've got something you can relate to, the same thing you just saw in real life. And so that would be something you might want to. I might give you a little added comfort there that the SR-22 and the SR-20 have optional parachutes in them for the whole airplane. Is that comforting? I think it's optional. I don't think it's standard, is it? Does anyone know? I just know that it's actually a rocket behind your seat. And if you do eject that rocket, it'll go through your rear window and it'll make a parachute and your plane will just land wherever it's going to land. So look out. I quite honestly, in training, you're taught if the engine goes out in all planes and helicopters, if the engine goes out, you're taught to glide and pick a field and glide and land where you want to land within a certain radius of gliding. But still, you can actually pick an open field instead of a parachute that's going to drop you down on somebody's house, you know? So I'd rather be in a plane that I can glide. I'd do that first before I'd actually activate the parachute in real life. But apparently, Cirrus has had something like 232 parachutes deployed since they invented that feature. I don't think the plane is, yeah, it's true, right? Andrew says the plane is not happy afterwards, yeah. It probably could sustain some damage, that's for sure. But then again, sometimes if you glide into a farmer's field, it's all mushy, you might nose over. So, you know, gliding is also dangerous too if you're in a highly congested area. I learned to fly at Toronto Island Airport, and you're gonna see a picture of that right here. And so this is the approach to runway 26 in the sim at Toronto, Ontario, Canada. That's where I'm from. And so this is on approach. Now, what do you guys think? We got some experienced simmers in here that just tuned in to see, I don't know, what's Howard gonna talk about. What do you think of that approach? Is that good? I heard one person say too low, maybe. I don't know. It's like, you know, just looking, you know, some of you may look at that and go, you kidding? Apart from the violin being in the way. But it's doable, but it is low. But I'll say this, in visual landings, you can correct for that. I give it some more power just to stretch it. But if I were too high, I would do a side slip. You know, can you do a side slip? Can you do a forward slip? What can you do? Well, we're given these skills so that whatever it looks like, we can correct that. You know, and we know what to do. We're confident with it. We have to handle that bird with confidence and get people safely back on the ground. But the point is, this is exactly what it looked like in my training. I trained with conventional dials like that, and that's the exact same thing that happened to me again and again and again when we came back into land. And I practiced that in the sim, and it's great. And if you drop it in the lake, well, just reset the sim. You know, I mean, it's such a good thing, right? If you were to put that in the lake. One time I came back to this airport in the 150 with a storm coming. We were told on the radio, we were out in practice area. I was told on the radio, get back now. A storm's coming. I mean, they don't usually talk like that on the radio. It's very polite, right? Yeah, like in November 672, can you please return to the airport? Well, of course I will. But you know, it's all polite. But this time it was like now. And so we firewalled it all the way to the airport as fast as a 150 could go, my instructor and I. And we put it down on a carrier landing, if you know what that is. And we put the 150 over where it's supposed to be, and we tied it down. We heard there was this violent storm coming that wasn't even in the predictions. We just tied it down, and we were running to the hangar when the rain started already, and we got wet, and then the wind started too. Well, there was another 152 behind us that wasn't so lucky. And he came down, did a carrier landing, and brought it over, and they were just getting the ropes to tie it down, and the wind just flipped it right over on its back. And to see that in real life is scary. To see it in the sim is like, hey, he's got to reset. You know, it's not such a bad thing. But I got memories there at that place. I was playing the violin. I was going to mention what that violin is, so I better get to that point too, right? So scenarios that you can practice, which is part of, you know, the lineup that I wanted to talk about. scenarios at home, you can practice all of them, right? But there's some scenarios that you'll have to do with an instructor, of course, and they have to assess if you're doing it right. But the point I want to make here, and that's why the violin is there, we can practice real-world lessons and procedures, but if we just jump in the plane and I think I'll just try to land it. Who needs an instructor? And it's, I say it's akin to playing the violin without having lessons. Any musicians in the crowd? And I'll say that because you've been playing an instrument. That makes you a musician, right? So any musicians in the crowd? Has anyone here tried a violin? Are you good at it? By somebody else's statement or standard, they think you're good at it, right? Your wife or somebody, like they think you're good at it, right? And I was going to ask how long, right? So, I mean, I play instruments and I've played guitar all my life and all this stuff. And I thought, what's the hardest instrument I would be challenged with? And my wife said, violin, for sure. There's no frets on it. It sounds like the screeching cat when you first start. And it did for 2 years. And I remember coming through the airport once in business, right? And I was taking it with me to the hotel. I got a mute for it. And I'm going to practice in my hotel room at night. And the security guard at the airport says, play us a tune. I said, you don't want to hear a tune. He says, it's Christmas time, play a Christmas carol. I said, I'll sing it for you. I'm not playing the violin, right? But that's something that does take, just like a lot of hard things in life, it takes an instructor to guide you through and to listen to you and to help you refine it and help you make it sound and sing the way a violin should. And that's going to take a lifelong kind of commitment. This is the same thing here, you guys. If you're going to learn to fly, if you're going to want to do that confidently and feel the satisfaction of handling that airplane from start to finish, you need to have some direction. And you need to have someone who can actually look at your performance and say, okay, try this, or you're missing something. And I do this on a regular basis with my online students. This morning, before I even came downstairs and met everybody for breakfast or whatever we were doing, I was late coming down because I was assessing 2 videos. One was a steep turn video and one was a straight and level. Beginner pilots that are just taking my courses. And I look at their videos and I comment on them. And I'm very positive about it. I don't say ever that you're wrong. I just say you're forgetting about trim or your climb was too steep. Try for 70 knots. Try to, I give them suggestions. And I say, just send me another video afterwards. And they're using something in Microsoft Flight Simulator called Flight Recorder, and it's a very simple tool. You open it up on the screen, it's a little box, and you just hit record, that's it. And they send me this file afterwards, and it's like a binary file, it's like a black box file. And I replay that file on my sim, and I see exactly how they're doing. And I look from the outside of the plane and get that outside view of their attitude. I go behind the plane and see how they're doing coming in for landing, which you can't do in real life.
I'm sorry, guys. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it. I can't put up with that guy anymore. Look, there's one other thing I wanted to put on from earlier today. It was an RNAV RNP deal that I wanted to watch. But what this guy's talking about, I guess, is good in theory. However, we got to remember, we're flying simulators. Like, if you're trying to do all this stuff training wise, like you're going to do in the real world, then you need to have equipment that's going to make the airplane feel like the real airplane. That I was holding back on, because I didn't want to interrupt, but like, we need to have the right kind of yoke that has the right kind of resistance. We need to have pedals that feel like real pedals. We need the throttle needs to move. Like, I mean, like, we need if this guy's trying to say to do what it is in the real world and try to have us do it like that at home, then we need all that same stuff at home, man. This guy must be a troll. Like I said in the chat, this must be a troll. Like, he must have told the expo he was going to talk about something else, and then he got up here and said, he can't give me this mic. And he's like, just going off. What a waste of time, man. I bet you there's like 3 people left in that room. Everybody else probably at the buffet, at the strip club, or at the casino right now. All right, where's the, yeah. So I'm going to watch this RMP deal for a little bit, and I think that's going to be the last thing I watch today, and then, we'll be back tomorrow for Sunday. Let's see what's coming up on for Sunday. Let's see what Sunday's got. Ooh, the Microsoft Simulator Marketplace. That's going to be good. Cable management. Well, they're going to build a PC live. That's cool. Tomorrow looks like it's going to have some good shit to it. So yeah, I mean, I'll just put this on live tomorrow, So it looks like, I guess we're about 4 hours different. So I guess around 1 o'clock tomorrow it'll start. And we'll just, pretty much watch it straight through tomorrow. Yeah, that'll be fun. All right, let me put on this RNP, RNAV things. I do a lot of RNAV landings and a lot of RNP landings. I mean, they're basically the same thing. RNP is required navigation performance. So it's what you're trying to get your airplane to do while you're coming in for an RNAV landing. And a lot of the Jeppesen charts have an RNP number that you are supposed to plug into the flight management system. Yeah, let's see what this deal's about. And then after this, I'm going to call it a night, eat some dinner, come back tomorrow, and we'll do it again. Thank you to anybody who's going to watch this. Thank you for tuning in. Please consider becoming a member.
All right, guys. Well, hey,
Super
everyone,
chat,
welcome
subscriptions.
to Are We Doing This Right? My name's Ethan Haas. I'll talk a little bit about myself.
Likes, all that shit. All right, I'm
kind
gonna
of what we're here doing today.
mute my
here in a little
voice
bit,
and
but
my face.
I want to start us off with a story. And this is a story that actually happened to me. Feels like 2 lifetimes ago, but really it was back in the summer of 2016 during a blazing hot summer day. And I'd been flying cargo at that time, and we were flying a long day that day, probably about 8 hours into the day, and we had so much more flying to go. But we were flying a load of chickens, believe it or not, down to a town called Saltillo, Mexico, which, if you're not familiar, is located in a bowl of mountains. And if you look at the right slide, you can kind of see the lay of the land, the geography, and the cities on the left. But it's a challenging airport to fly into, and it's about 50 miles west of Monterrey, Mexico. Well, at that time, I was flying the Fairchild Metroliner, which, in its beauty, grace, and glory, that's actually the airplane I was flying that day. And some of you may be too young to even know what this airplane is. So if you're not really sure, it's a turboprop aircraft. Flies up to about 23,000 feet for the service ceiling, and about 16,000 pounds for the max takeoff weight. So just to give you an idea of what the airplane can do. So beautiful picture here of Saltillo, Mexico. Unfortunately, that day it was not beautiful. We had a low cloud layer kind of moving into the valley with a bunch of smog and stuff. That's kind of normal with that area. And of course, Murphy's Law, it was going to be there right at our time of arrival. So fuel was also, of course, critical at this point, and we only had one shot on an approach to get in, or else we're going to have to go to our alternate. So once we got to Saltillo, the weather really, unfortunately, like I said, dropped off, and Saltillo only had a VOR approach available to the airport. And with our luck, of course, the VOR approach minima was not low enough to get below that sky deck of where it was at the time. Well, we're sitting in the airplane and we're buzzing along. We're like, man, this sucks. Like, what do we do? Oh, that's weird. There's a GPS approach into Saltillo now. Well, just that month prior, they had started adding GPS approaches into a lot of these smaller Mexico airports. And guess what? Because of one of those GPS approaches, we're able to land successfully. And I actually took this picture on the taxi out when we were heading back home. So really cool what GPS approaches can do, and how they've kind of helped me in my career at one point. So yeah, a little bit about myself. Longtime flight simmer since FS 2002. How many people here started back in FS 2002? Before FS 2002? Wow. Wow, awesome. Well, thanks guys, everyone, for coming, new and old, really excited. We'll talk about the rules of engagement here in a bit for this, but a quick tidbit about me, FS 2002, buzzing around Meigsfield. I remained active in the community, specifically VATSIM, since then. I graduated from college back in 2016, and I ended up majoring in professional aviation, aviation business. So really cool to see what the flight sim world can change and alter people's life and career paths. And that's one of the cool things about this weekend, is getting to meet people and network. And you'd be surprised how many people make a living doing this just because of this hobby. So it's really cool to see what events like this and this hobby can bring to people's lives. I currently have a master's degree that I finished up last fall in aviation business. I flew metros out of college, though, to build flight time, instructed a little bit, went to the regionals, flew for Republic out of Newark and LaGuardia and Intercontinental for about 5 years, upgraded to captain there, and also became an instructor in the training department. Unfortunately, something called COVID happened, so when I was there, it wasn't looking too great, and a buddy of mine went to Clit Airways. If anyone knows what that is, it's a Part 121 supplemental cargo carrier. Flew the 767 around the world for a year there. My wife's actually here, so she got to deal with me being on the road for 16 days at a time. And somehow, she'll testify to this, after 16 days of flying on the road for hours and nights on end, I'd come home and what would be the first thing I would do? I would jump in the sim and go fly, of course. So, you know, dog tired, fatigue, jet lag. Oh, let's go do a flight in the sim. Sounds great. Or let's go control. So obviously I love the community and you guys are all part of that. So thank you. Ultimately though, Southwest Airlines ended up calling me about a year after being at Calida. That's my dream job. And I've been there since January 2022. So been a blessing. But I've used GPS approaches all around the world, over the ocean, to shoot approaches into the smallest airports like Saltillo and turboprop airplanes, to shooting an RNP approach actually coming into Vegas a few days ago on a trip. So really cool to see what GPS approach technology can do for us. So like I said, rules of engagement today, guys and gals. Today's presentation will assume everyone has some sort of baseline knowledge of IFR procedures and competencies. Unfortunately, it would be impossible to teach y'all everything about IFR flying in about 45 minutes. So we're gonna kind of cut and drive our way through some concepts, and we'll break down some of the basic stuff, so hopefully everyone at least has some sort of fundamental knowledge before we dive into some of the other stuff. Outside of that though, we're gonna get our hands dirty in some live demonstrations that I shot in the simulator. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get approval to shoot them in the airplane like I originally wanted to, but hopefully that'll cover those bases a little bit. And we'll also learn some tips and tricks along the way on how to fly GPS approaches like a professional, so. Cool, so when I was kind of doing my initial research and proposing the topic to Evan and company when I wanted to speak this year, I called it RNAV and RNP approaches. Well, in reality, those kind of fit into a term called performance-based navigation, or PBN, if you haven't heard the term. And we'll dive into what PBN is exactly a little bit and talk about the concepts of it here in a little bit. But don't worry if you don't know about it. Cool. Well, let's talk about what exactly we're gonna discuss regarding PBN technology in aviation. So we'll start with the basics. Kind of talk about some misunderstood elements that we typically see, maybe as flight simmers, or I'll see in the community when people talk about PBN type approaches utilizing GPS technology. We'll briefly talk about kind of today and tomorrow's advancements in this world, and then we'll also get into some demonstrations after that. So, cool. So let's start with the basics. I'm assuming everyone knows what GPS technology is here. Pretty straightforward. Unfortunately, GPS will get looped into this thing I call the generic term. So think Advil or Tylenol, ibuprofen, acetaminophen. Those are all generic terms, right, for those drugs. Well, GPS is, everyone's like, oh, the GPS approach. Well, it's more to it than that. And of course, like anything in aviation, it's a little more complex. So, for starters, let's talk about GPS. Global positioning system that was developed by the Department of Defense back in 1978. So almost 50 years ago. It's kind of crazy to think about. But originally it was designed to be a military tool that they would use on the battlefield. Well, they finished their 24th satellite launch back in 1993. And at that time they said, man, we can do a lot of great things for the general public if we let them have access to GPS. So things like this, a cell phone, right? All of our cell phones are utilizing GPS technology probably right now as we're sitting here, believe it or not. When you're driving your car, your Google Maps, your Apple Maps, it's reading how fast you're going and sending it to the traffic maps and all that stuff. So really cool what GPS has afforded us to be able to do as a society and in aviation. All right, what about GNSS? How many people have heard this term? Quite a few, right? Okay, cool. Well, just like GPS, GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite System, is a concept that takes everyone's GPS system that they develop. So Russia, China, and the EU. So EU uses Galileo. They don't call it GPS, it's their Galileo system. And Russia's, for example, is called GLONASS. Well, everyone put their heads together and they said, well, we have all these satellites in the air providing all these services, right? But what if we were able to have them work together and then help everyone that much more. So that's what it is. It's a collaborative effort that provides GPS signals utilizing everyone's technology instead of one system like GPS. So ultimately, that's just going to expand GPS coverage and accuracy to users like us on our phones, in the airplanes, in the simulator, if you want to think of it like that. Cool. So we talked about PBN, right? Well, what is PBN at the end of the day? It's a satellite-based system, or a concept. It's a satellite-based system that utilizes onboard monitoring of the aircraft to fly precise flight paths. So pretty generic, right? Basically, the concept of PBN is it can be broken down into 3 parts, and I kind of briefly mentioned them in the graphic there. But basically, PBN is we can use navigation on any part of the world, over an ocean, over a mountain range, over the poles, right? We can use it to fly departure and arrival procedures, and we can even use it to fly approach procedures, which is what we're talking about today. Next, RNAV. Everyone's heard this term, right? Area navigation. Pretty generic in terms of what it is. Everyone's like, okay, well, area navigation. Well, let's take a time out and kind of drill back to what it was before we had area navigation. So back in the day, everyone had to use ground-based nav aids, right, to get around VORs, DMEs, NDBs, all that stuff, right? Well, with the advancements of PBN technology, now instead of flying from point to point to point, we can cut a straight line and fly straight through them. And guess what? Everyone wins in that concept because it allows us flexibility to not be bound by ground-based nav aids. I don't know about you guys, but I think it's pretty hard to put a VOR in the middle of the ocean and maintain it and power it. So that's one of the cool things that RNAVs allows us to do, is to put these paths and design them to places where we couldn't do it before. It improves in routing flexibility though, cuts down flight time. That's a big thing, and ultimately, when we cut down flight time, we cut down in fuel, right? So that saves everyone a lot of money, and money talks. So RNAV technology, it's a beautiful thing. SBAS, satellite-based augmentation system. Continental coverage mainly involves moving parts on the ground, in the aircraft, and in space. And now we're starting to get a little technical, so I'm gonna keep things a little simple here for the brevity of this presentation. But essentially it calculates the error tolerant, or the errors that the aircraft is receiving by its normal GPS processes, and it corrects them down. So we get a little more accurate position information. They're always working together, and for example, like I said, continental coverage. So the WAAS system, I'm sure you all have heard of, covers primarily North America, and other regions have their own SBAS network, okay? And there's even more being added. I think Australia may have theirs now, or it may still be in development. I'm sure someone here from Australia can correct me on that if it's done yet. But SBAS accuracy, y'all, laterally, point to point in this room. It can tell me wherever I am in the world, and in these regions, I'm a point somewhere in between these walls. Same for vertically. If you look at the ceiling here, maybe add another room on top of this room, and vertically, that's how close it can get. In the grand scheme of things, when you're moving at hundreds of miles an hour, and you can be anywhere in the world at any point, and it can get you within that window, pretty good. Not bad, right? You gotta remember the Earth is, what, like 25,000 miles around? So pretty good. Well, it gets better. Ground-based augmentation system, and this is kind of the future, and we'll briefly touch on this a little bit more, but it covers airports only, and you're looking at about a 40 to 60 mile radius around the airport. But it uses a variety of components like SBAS to get the job done. It provides error corrections just like SBAS does, but like I said, at tighter tolerances, and these components all sit at the airport. And one of the cool things is they're self-redundant, so if one station, for example, goes down into the 4, the others can take over. And you can put these stations anywhere around the airport. They don't have to be next to the runway, like an ILS glide slope antenna shack or a localizer. And guess what? If you drive or taxi past these little masts, nothing happens. It's pretty cool. So that's kind of the direction we're going, and this is the cool part. The approach environment accuracy on these, pretty freaking good. You're looking at about almost the width of the stage to probably half the height of this room. So we're getting really good. Cool, RNP, well, that's kind of why we're here today, right? So required navigational performance. And really it's there for safety, everyone. These are measurements in nauticals and miles that procedures and standards are built to that we want the aircraft to be within. Bad things happen when you go outside of these ranges because they look at terrain and other factors and say, well, guess what? As long as we're within this path 99% of the time, and we can ensure that, we're good to go. We can safely fly these approaches. And you can see there's different breakdowns of what can be required when, but you can go down to a 0.1 RNP now, which is pretty freaking cool. Actual navigation performance. Well, this is what really matters, right? So how's the airplane actually performing versus what's required, right? And this is the number you'll see in your PFDs or MFDs or whatever that will be next to RNP, and they're always kind of checking against each other, right? And essentially, it will adjust to what your aircraft is doing, right? So over the ocean, we get away with 10 RNP. Well, that's great. 10 miles over the ocean, not bad, right? But if I'm shooting an approach in the mountains, I don't know, 0.3 or 0.1 sounds a little bit better. So I'll say that if this value gets exceeded, that's when you start getting alerts in the cockpit that, hey, we're not able to do or maintain the GPS accuracy that we need. Cool. So quick little audience interaction thing here. Take a look at these approach plates really quick. One's here in Vegas, 26 left. This is actually the approach I just shot. And it's the RNP, and then this is the RNP to Heathrow's 27 left. In terms of technology, navigational technology being used for these approaches, can anyone tell me what is different about these two approaches? Just raise your hand and, yes, sir. Vertical guidance. Well, believe it or not, they both have vertical guidance. Anyone else? Yeah, there's an RF turn on there. Yeah, and we'll talk about that here in a sec. But at the end of the day, we're talking, what does it take to fly these approaches, right? Navigational technology. Nothing. Nothing, guys. And it's weird because you look at the titles, right? And it's like, well, one says this and one says this and this, right? So it's kind of funny. So like anything in aviation, it's complicated, right? So ICAO, or the International Governing Body of Aviation for most of the world, besides the United States, basically, said back in 2014, they felt the term RNAV was too general when they were naming approach procedures. So what they said was, well, let's simplify the naming of these things here, okay? Reduce confusion on what's being used for each approach. And at the end of the day, RNP means what? Required navigation performance. Well, guess what? To do all these approaches, you need some sort of required navigation level. So, of course, the FAA has to be different, like we are in everything, right? And the FAA decided not to play ball. Ultimately, they cited cost and the hurdles of changing names of procedures to be just too difficult. So their concept of maybe reconciling the issue and making things a little more clear was, well, we'll just put in the approach description or the equipment description on the approach plate what exactly RNP technology we're using here or what is going on. So RNAV GPS, RNAV RNP, RNAV approach, whatever it's titled for the FAA, look in those notes and it'll tell you what's really going on. Cool. So PBN today, over 24,000 procedures used worldwide, utilizing PBN technology, departures, arrivals, approaches, et cetera. ODPs even, obstacle departures if you're not sure what that is. Used in every corner of the world, including Antarctica, so pretty cool. And basically, to kind of give you an idea of the advantages of using GPS technology versus like an ILS that we all know and love, right? A Cat 1 ILS roughly is about 10 million USD to install. So not cheap, right? And then they say it's about $25,000 a year to maintain. And that's on the cheap level. That's not, you know, if you have terrain and all sorts of other issues that these systems may have to put up with. So PBN technology with approaches, much easier to maintain and more efficient. So, all right, so the future. Well, we talked about GBAS, right? So there's a GLS, and how many people have here heard of GLS approaches? Show of hands. Okay, fair amount, nice. So about 30% of the room. So think RNP approach, but to lower minima. Currently, GLS approaches can go down to Cat 1 minima, which is half mile, 200 feet above touchdown zone elevation. It's not, like I said, specific to ILS interferences, so your ILS hold short lines and all that stuff may be a thing of the past. Who knows? You know, in our lifetime, ILSs may go away and this may be a thing in the future. And they can be used at any runway at the airport. Like I said, those stations, you could put them right next to the terminal and they can serve every single runway that that airport has. So pretty cool. Further implementations being researched. Right now, I know specifically in the United States, they're looking at a specific set of airports to start utilizing these procedures more as aircraft and air crews and whatnot start to have this technology to be able to shoot these approaches. And they're also researching these approaches to be able to go down to Cat 3 minima. So pretty cool. Like I said, it's getting really accurate. So let's kick the tires and light the fires and get started with some demos. And before we do that, we'll just cover a couple quick concepts so we have a good fundamental knowledge before we go and start talking about some stuff in these demonstrations. Flyover versus flyby waypoints. So flyby waypoint, just like most waypoints, if you zoom in on your map far enough, the turn's gonna get led to the next segment, right? It's gonna cut that corner. And these waypoints are used to accomplish various goals when they design these procedures. So, reasons we may have a flyover waypoint versus a flyby, well, maybe they want you to avoid a noise abatement area or a certain set of airspace and they need you to go over that fix and then start your turn in the next leg. That's typically when you'll see a flyover waypoint being used. They want you over that for a reason. RF legs, someone mentioned that earlier, radius fix. It's a constant turn, and this is one of the cool things about RNP technology within the PBN approach spectrum that we now have available to us. So instead of tracking straight radials on VOR radials and localizers and stuff, now we can curve courses and do all sorts of cool stuff. Yes, we could fly curve paths with conventional based nav aids, right? ARC, DME approaches, stuff like that. But the tolerances that they have to certify terrain clearance and whatnot on those are a lot greater than these RF legs. Remember, I said 0.3, 0.1 miles from that center line of that course. So we're really able to surgically kind of get in there and use these procedures and design them. So RF legs really add a whole new advantage on where we can start using these approaches to maybe like Saltillo, where you could just go straight in and that was it because the mountains around it with the VOR approach. Well, now we could do an arcing approach or use waypoints to navigate through the valleys to get to the runway. So, cool. So here's some examples. You talked about a radius fixed turn. Pretty simple one there on the left. However, you can get really creative with these and put them through valleys and mountain ranges and around airspaces and stuff like that. So there's a really cool example on the right. That's one of the FS 2022 scenarios. If you're not familiar, I grabbed that screen from. So if you want to fly one of these, believe it or not, you can just go do it in the sim right now. There's actually a really cool scenario you can do to do that. Cool. Procedure speed restrictions. These are equally important and something you have to look at when you're shooting these approaches. They're there for a reason. So, quick audience question. Raise your hand if you know the answer. What happens to bank angle on an aircraft to maintain a set radius the faster we go? Steeper the turn, right. Yeah, because if someone said wider, well, if you keep the same bank angle and go faster, you're gonna go a lot wider. Well, remember, we wanna stay, for example, on the right here, we wanna stay on that path for whatever reason they designed that. So, speed restrictions are there to keep you really on these RF legs. That's where they strategically kind of implement these into these procedures. And ideally, they do some math in the background, and they say approximately 25 degrees angle of bank max is what they design these speed restrictions to meet. Any more than that, you're kind of looking at unstable approaches and stuff like that. So that's why these speeds are important. Cool, minimums. Well, that's great, right? We're flying all these approaches, but how low can we go? Well, these examples are from all over the world. I looked around and I'm like, well, okay, do things look different? No. At the end of the day, what matters is what approach guidance is available. Someone talked about that earlier. What can the aircraft do? Maybe your aircraft can only fly LNAV and VNAV approaches, right? What about the aircrew? What about you? What are you familiar with flying? If you can fly a straight-in approach, great. If you're not comfortable with flying RF legs and stuff, maybe not a good idea to try to shoot those in your simulator, because we're trying to avoid that red screen. Someone talked about dying in the seminar yesterday, in the opening seminar, and there's nothing more infuriating than doing your flight and then crashing at the very end, right? Especially when it's not your fault. But with aircrew certifications, y'all may see some notes on your approaches that say AR, authorization required. Essentially, as a professional pilot, all that means is we've received training on that, and we're able to fly those approaches. So we practice those in the sim, and we spend some time in the class talking about them. But in reality, guys, when you go home, what can you fly, right? Certification of aircraft and crew. That's one part of the equation, and what can the aircraft do? So at the end of the day, if the approach is available in your simulator, go fly it. Who cares? You can do your research. You can study on how to fly these, but at the end of the day, if it's available, use it, right? It's another tool in your toolbox. So, cool. Well, let's have some fun and jump in the sim. I'm gonna kind of walk through some of these as we fly along, because they're all shot in real time. I apologize, I have a dinosaur computer, and I am working on upgrading that right now. So I apologize that everything's not in 4K, but we'll do our best. So as you can see here, I just talked about the RNP value. I put that in the FMC in the bottom left in L6, and essentially that will say, hey, I'm gonna keep comparing myself to AMP, right? And that's the value where that triggering is looking at, right? And then of course the little green, I don't know if the laser will work from here, but the little green AMP and RNP values are also available on your map, right below your indicator on the Boeing. I apologize, this is an Airbus. I'm not an Airbus guy, so I felt kind of weird trying to do it on an Airbus, so I just figured I'd do it from the perspective of the 7.3. Cool, so this is a vector to file example, right? You don't have to join a procedure at an initial approach fix or at an intermediate fix. You could get clear direct one of those fixes and start from there, and ATC may have you do that. But you can also get a vector to final. So we're turning to intercept the final approach course here. And on the Boeing, you'll see I'm waiting to hit LNAV because you want the wings to be level, because when you hit LNAV, it'll automatically snap the wings level and intercept right there. So if you're 90 degrees off and you smack LNAV, it's gonna sit there and try to intercept at 90 degrees, and we all know how that works, so. So we got our vector to final, we're at 2,000 feet. And I would have provided the approach plate, but it just would have been too hard to have this and the approach plate up at the same time. So 2,000 foot is our final approach fix intercept, which we're coming up on right now. As you can see, we're still in outhold, right? So if I do nothing, what's gonna happen to the airplane? It's not gonna descend, right? Well, now that I'm established on a segment of the approach, not a bad idea to hit VNAV at this point. So as we come up on it here, all right, we're on a segment of the approach, we're cleared for the approach. I just hit VNAV, and now I'm gonna set a lower altitude, right? Because we need to authorize the aircraft to go to a lower altitude. So at Southwest, we set rounded up from the touchdown zone elevation to the next highest setting. So the aircraft will start a descent and leave the previous altitude we had set in there. And the aircraft starts down as it hits our VNAV path. And y'all are gonna get to see a true Southwest Airlines approach here, because I'm doing 173 knots, 178 knots, and I'm at a 4-mile file right now. But this is accurate. But guess what? Watch what happens at 1,000 feet above touchdown zone. We'll be stabilized. And that's stabilized criteria, guys, so.
Then you land like Ryanair.
And apparently we land like Ryanair. At Midway, yes. At San Jose, not so much. So cool. Everything's kosher. We're LNAV, VNAV path, and everything. I preached this like 2 years ago. Everyone needs to be looking at your FMAs and be familiar with your FMA modes. Flight mode enunciator, right? It's above your PFD. you got to be familiar. Put your nose in the books and get familiar with those things, because a lot of times the answer typically we see as ATC on VATSIM or whatever's, I don't know what the airplane's doing. Well, that's okay, but well, why? Your FMA is what tells you the story. So as you see, we're coming down. Guess what? We're fully configured, flaps 30, gears down, speed brakes are armed, like we're clear to land. So pretty straightforward. It's kind of like an ILS, right? And once you're more than 300 feet below your final missed approach altitude on the Boeing aircraft, you can set that missed approach altitude, which I've done. Cool. We'll go to our next example. All right, cool. Well, let's do one with an RF flag. Well, guess what? Las Vegas 26 left, right? Just did it last week. We just talked about it, so let's do it. So at this point, we're coming in on the Rounders arrival, which is from the LA direction. And we're gonna kind of demo joining the approach up with the arrival and kind of what that looks like and taking out a discontinuity. So as you can see, the approach starts at Bourbon, and guess what? The arrival terminates at Bourbon. They specifically design these procedures 99% of the time, asterisk there, to join up with each other, to make ATC's life easier and to make your lives easier. So we've joined up the approach, and as you can see, now we're gonna get our radius fix joined in instead of flying that downwind vector like the star originally had called for. So we're gonna start down on this. We're in an LNAV VNAV path. I have the bottom of the arrival still set because we're not cleared for the approach yet. However, a good habit to get into when you're cleared for the approach, set that final approach fix altitude to keep that airplane going down. Because if we have it set at 8,000, what's gonna happen? Aircraft's gonna stay at 8,000 feet. Yeah, it's not gonna go any lower, right? So we gotta authorize the aircraft to go lower. There's some speed restrictions along the way. You can see in the box there, I think it's 220 at Bourbon? 210, thank you. So pretty standard. You're gonna see 210 a lot, 170, 180, speed restrictions like that. Sweet. So we're tracking down the downwind here, and we're waiting for ATC to clear us for the approach. And you can see the RNP versus the actual, also 0.3 on this approach. However, this one also has a, well, this one only has a 0.3. If y'all flew in, you may have came in on 1.9. That has, I believe, a 0.1 available to it. So if I was doing 1 to 0.1 minima, which usually allows you to get a little lower than 0.3, because of those tighter tolerances, you would set 0.1 in there. Cool, I'm looking ahead here. So I'm like, okay, relin's at 3K. Okay, that's what I'm gonna set next. So, all right, we got 1,000 feet to go here. 9 for 8. Okay, cleared approach. LNAV, VNAV path, cleared for the approach. That's when I set my final approach fix altitude. So there's 3,000. As you can see, you may need to start configuring a little earlier than you want to. That's one of the drawbacks about these approaches. Sometimes it forces your hand and you gotta get slower earlier. And you'll see ATC may be reluctant to give these approaches out, especially if they're trying to cram traffic into the airport. So it's all traffic dependent. But you can always ask. So we got our 210 speed restriction met. I did that with flaps 1. Oh, your final approach courses. Make sure you have both sides set to your final approach course that's listed on your approach. On some aircraft, the airplane will freak out if you do not have both set. So make sure you're doing that on part of your setup process as well. Briefings are equally important in these, y'all. So a lot of the work for these is really done at cruise altitude before you even get to the airport. Because if you're trying to brief and do these right now, you're gonna start missing details and trying to fly through things. So try to brief these ahead of time if you can with yourself and kind of look ahead, and we'll talk about that here in a minute. So this one allows you to go pretty fast after that 210. A lot of ones now with an RF fix, or an RF leg rather, You'll start to see the 170s, especially at the really tight turn. This one's about a 5-mile radius turn, so you've got plenty of time. They want you to keep the speed up, so they let you kind of have free speed at 210, basically. But as, of course, you approach the airport, you're going to want to slow down. Cool, so at this point, I'm starting to think about, all right, well, my missed approach altitude is X, so I know when I'm more than 300 feet below that, within the final approach fix, I can set that missed approach altitude. On the Boeing, if you set the missed approach altitude before that criteria, the airplane will level off. So just be careful about that, and that's why we set that runway elevation, or just round it up above it, because it allows the airplane to keep going down, especially if you have a lot less higher missed approach altitude. Some are pretty close, like 2,000 feet, you know, AGL, so it doesn't give you a lot of time window to set that. Cool, so we're coming in. I'm monitoring AMP versus RNP at this point. I've got my map zoomed in. Our company policy is we need to be on the 10-mile range selector or closer, just to have that fidelity with the map display and have a good situational awareness of what's going on. So not a bad idea to keep it zoomed in versus 20 miles out where it's just a bunch of lines and text and you can't see anything. Sweet, join up at the final here. I'm also looking at my vertical navigation performance, and that's one of the cool things about these is, you know, VNav does a lot of the work for us, right? We're not having to do mental math or fly things with vertical speed or anything like that. I set my missed approach altitude at that point, which is 7,000 feet, because we're well below 300 feet below it. You get to watch another Southwest Airlines approach here. All right, cool, so we're starting to slow up. We're getting to a 5-mile final. We try to do like 170, 180 to 5. 170 is the technical answer there. But sometimes ATC will ask for a little bit more. The center pump tanks are starting to become empty. Y'all have no idea how annoying that gets, and it's always Murphy's Law at the worst time. You're taking off down the runway and you get a master caution light because the fuel's sloshing around when it's below like 1,200 pounds, so. Cool, so we're coming down the runway. Beautiful picture of Vegas there in the West Mountain Range. We're coming up on just inside 5 and we're slowing to final. So that's pretty much the end of that demo. So let's kind of put it all together and talk about some tips we briefly discussed, and I'll add in a couple other things that could help you all at home maybe fly these a little bit more better. One cool thing that I recommend doing with these, back up your visual approaches. When in doubt, back them up. And if there's an ILS and an RNAV or an RNP approach, why not use the GPS approach, right? Like, it's there, it's available. If you don't use it, you lose it, right? Kind of like speaking a language or working out. Not that I do much of that these days, but you know, the more you use them, the more you'll be comfortable with them. One thing to keep in mind, your approach pass from your VASIs, typically with a runway, and a GPS approach will be slightly different. So if you are established, everything's centered up on your next RNP approach you fly, and you break out and you see the VASIs and you're like 3 red or 1 red, guess what? It's not the end of the world. You're still safe. You're still on a safety approach. You're still within tolerances. You're not going to hit anything, right? But at that point, not a bad idea to transition to the VASI. Also, these approaches are subject to things called temperature fluctuations or temperature errors. So you'll see a lot in the notes. It'll say this procedure for uncompensated baro VNAV systems are available between this temperature range. Hot to cold, look out below. So the colder it gets, the more the true altitude of your aircraft will actually be lower due to altimetry errors and whatnot. So there is a tolerance on some of these, so keep an eye if you do have, or you're flying an uncompensated baro VNAV aircraft. So take a look at your aircraft's documentation to see if it has that system or not. Use caution though when you're shortcutting these approaches. I know it's all about getting there fast, right? But when you have a procedure with an RF leg, you cannot go direct to a fix that starts an RF leg. You have to go direct to the fix before. Reason being is, here's a great example. So we have mountains on either side of our RF leg, right? And if we went direct to that first fix, well, the aircraft's gonna take time to turn to rejoin that RF leg. Well, now you're probably gonna be exceeding whatever RNP is required to fly that RF leg, and the aircraft's struggling to make the constraints of that RF leg. So if we go direct to the fix before, it gets a chance to get itself established and safely fly that RF leg. Right, well, let's talk about missed approach. Not that these probably happen a lot in the sim, but they can. They can happen at any point. They don't have to happen at the missed approach point. So, big things to think about when you're flying these. Where am I at if I need to initiate a missed approach? Maybe someone becomes disabled on the runway. Well, odds are if you're flying one of these and you're on one of these RF legs, remember, they're there for a reason, right? You may be in the middle of a mountain range, diving and driving in, right, to the airport. Well, just hitting go around and you know, coming like a bat out of hell out of the mountain range, you may fly into a mountain. So ATC, and the expectation is you'll stay on the lateral confines of the approach until either ATC breaks you off it or you're at a safe altitude where they can turn you off it. Or they may expect you to fly it all the way to the runway. That's a possibility too. So, like I said, think about where you're at when the missed approach is initiated. Remember also, you still have to meet the speed restrictions. So if we started the approach at Ming, and that's max 230 knots, and we get to Fank, which is max 210, well, if we're between Fank and Zassiv here, and someone stalls out on the runway, and ATC's like, hey, go around or whatever, but maintain the approach until the runway, and then fly runway heading. Okay, cool, that's fine, but we still need to honor the speed restrictions along the way there. So instead of hit and go around and, you know, firing coal down the runway here, or firing coal down into the engines, let's slow down. We may even have to slow down even more from where we're at currently, and even configure the aircraft with flaps to make sure we're at a safe maneuvering airspeed before we do that. So think about that if you do have to go around. And also, you know, think 2 steps ahead, because there may be additional speed restrictions down the line, right? Just because you have a 170 knot speed restriction now, you may have an additional one down the line. Here's kind of a crazy example I found of some speed restrictions being used with RF leg approaches. And this one is absolutely crazy. But like I said, if you're working ahead and you're briefing these approaches and you're familiar with the airspeeds that are gonna be required along the approach pass, not a bad idea to, like I said, brief that ahead of time. But as you're flying through these approaches, always think 2 steps ahead, right? Even the missed approach, look at that, max 175 knots. This is a pretty cool approach though. This is in a Rio somewhere, Rio de Janeiro. Sorry? Santos Dumont. Go try that when you get home, Santos Dumont. That looks really cool. I kind of want to go try that. But cool, so key things, guys, before we go to a quick Q&A here is know your aircraft's capabilities, know how to use your automation modes, FMAs, et cetera, right? Add these tools to your toolbox and use these in the sim. I know everyone starts with an ILS approach, and that's just kind of the entry level for most simmers, but remember, there's a lot of other additional tools to get your flights done. I know a lot of folks here fly GA. Well, guess what? A lot of GA airports don't have an ILS, right? So the next time you fly with live weather, you decide to make it a little more challenging, consider using one of these RNAV approaches, okay? Like I said, just think ahead, think 2 steps ahead, brief, build, bug, checklist, and enjoy these. So thanks everyone. If you have questions, feel free to come up to the podium. We've got 2 minutes for questions. If any of the live stream has a question, I'd be okay with taking one. And if you have any additional questions, feel free to email me, take a picture. And
all right, guys. So I think that's about it for today. We covered a lot. We watched pretty much everything that was available. And again, let's look at, I do RNP and RNAV landings all the time. The Boeing 737 from TMDG is probably the easiest out of all the planes in the simulator to do those with. Yeah, it's great. Let's see here. So tomorrow there's a bunch. It starts at 9 a.m. Pacific, which I believe is 1 p.m. East Coast time. So I'm going to start at 1 p.m. tomorrow, and we're just going to breeze pretty much just gonna put it on, and we just gonna stay watching tomorrow. Might take a break here and there to reset the timer on the sim, because YouTube doesn't like, you know, streams to be too long. You know, we're running up on 4 hours right now. So that's it, my friends. Please subscribe, hit the like button, become a member. Super chat, super thanks. Join Discord. I mean, there's a lot on the checklist, man. Y'all got a big checklist from me. Big checklist. Anyways, that was fun. A lot of good shit today. One of the best things I saw today was that new artificial intelligence ATC, where there's nothing like, there's no software, you don't need to click on anything. You just jump in and you start talking, and it starts talking right back to you. It's amazing. So if you didn't see it, go back to, I believe it was the stream from earlier today where we were watching Friday nights. But it was awesome, man. So anyways, that's about it, guys. I will see y'all tomorrow at 1 o'clock East Coast time for more Flight Expo. Oh yeah, you shit all over Ryanair. Hey, everybody shits on Ryanair. So, all right, I'm getting out of here. And I will see y'all tomorrow at 1 o'clock East Coast time for more, you know, we'll knock out Sundays live. As they're doing it live, we'll watch it. And yeah, man, y'all have a good rest of the Saturday night, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. See you, Magnum. See ya.